PRX。哦 ，PRX。
PRX opting to start on the attackers' side here. And it is good to see as well, you know, a bit of a bounce back for somebody like Something as well, having a bit of a shocker in the first installment on the Brimstone, putting in something like 7 hours of VOD review and prep just to get an idea. Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves, a big amount of players though here for RRQ, challenging.
Straight up sliding. 打败！不愧是你啊，打败！
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered though. Something low. Crazy guy gone.
哇，打败！3杀！
He's on for the ace here. And that's just a bit of temperament coming through as well.
感觉全场都是PRX 的粉丝哎，这一把。
Still though, with a full fire team in front inside of A main, it's not gonna be easy. Certainly as soon as it peeks out, it's the ace for Defy, just to kick things off.
今天还有比赛，今天还有比赛。
If you want to get a
打败！打败！
fumbles, right? To highlight
没有时间播舞，不好意思，时间播舞。
flash that we've seen be a bit of a problem, but
今天不是比完了吗？昨天是资格决定战，这一把是败部决赛。
definitely agree with what the
我感觉脱口罩没啥用，因为我是也要脱口罩。哇，这把很干。
quite differently to the likes of T1 that absolutely smashed PRX on this map.
You would imagine. Hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time, though, PRX with the buys up now into the B site.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. Again, you're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can come out with.
打败6杀了，现在才第2回合就6杀了，要不你打个10个吧，打败。
Positions as well. You got tower control as well as tree. A little trade over.
我谁可能霓虹
Kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good
打
idea.
败！打败！打败！
Keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from Something.
Yep. Big jet players going onto the
感觉 RQ 这边应该是直接被炸死了，我猜应该要这样打的话，哦 ，second， 哦，小红。 下度
just trying to make it as clean as possible, not losing this Guardian at all, not missing a single beat. First round started with an ace, the second round ends with a quad from Forsaken.
牛逼啊！
Yeah, everybody.
有，今天比赛难看，今天比赛好看。
We want to see them all firing on all cylinders, right? We want to make sure that there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shot
大鱼
connect.
你们 out，今天是谁？架住！你们看到 Forsaken 直接架住。
But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ, get their first gun round out as well. Where you'll start to have to consider too. A map like
我们东西都准备好了，今天就在这边看比赛。
How are you going to start to counter a lockdown when that comes? Yeah, maybe even possibly this round. Who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as well. Currently, though, it's just Xpharaoh on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely. PRX, an idea that when you're in towards tower, you know,
直接10秒境界。
put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Devised Lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved though. There's an opportunity here for RRQ to get this flank happening. But
以前的 EDG，
his life.
你是说
well, and you're not seeing too much
还没有拿世界冠军的 EDG 吗？是 Simon 还没进来的那一 part 吗？
for PRX to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are locked out of the site at the moment.
So just kind of holding off of it. Something's already spent all of his smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now something's marking
架住还是很架住的。
tunnel out from the back of bench. He finds the double. Just tree left and PRX. Soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of RQ.
这是实力重返2年前呢。
This scenario, you want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't you? A couple of good shots out from Jemkin in the end, and Crazy Guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the PRX members, they're not going to be in for a defuse in this round.
枪没小掉，但是经济还够，下把还能出枪，还好。然后下把还能出枪。
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Pushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the Boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake. But the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have to have a little bit more awareness for Xfero. If he wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that he's very familiar with, though. So for marked it.
Yeah, generally you'll see a raise satchel up like that and try to peek over the smoke, right?
Having
some success, some non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty, and we'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least to kind of position themselves around spawn, around canteen. Look
这样很难回哦，感觉是4比0。
able to find.
因为这样的话，那位置被抬好啊。
Slight opportunity in the retake, but
我觉得有点抬的，对啊，这是
it's pretty much
这是有点过分了。
Time you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who came in place of Jing. Still though. It's going to be the final straight through canteen. There will be a nice share shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it.
Pushy 有料哎，他直接
with the classic, possibly to dive at a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and
有毛爆虎吗？
我不要。Right, the fault line available to help set up for his teammates to get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to. You know, somebody on PRX getting his ult horde, but you also at the same time don't want to see them getting their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of a
其实否这很出来，这 timing 超好的，就是他就知道当前那位置已经死了，所以一定要出来帮忙打。
To how RRQ started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season as well, right? That upper final, that game to get in towards Toronto, the 13-11 that DRX scraped by on, ultimately losing it out, and then ultimately losing against PRX.
这个就直接叮叮叮叮。
Not able to get through towards the international stage.
突然间天末之桥都会打哎，你要围。实力同这实力重返2年前。
This time though, ultimately Quack, it's a very slow start for all of RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through from PRX. W Gaming at its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned, and that's exactly what the Des was talking about as well. You know, big time.
只能说，今天的队伍好像不太对，今天队伍好像又好起来了。这是我认识的 PRX， 好不好？W Gaming， 然后枪拒绝棒棒棒。
midway through the season, Genji and Boom, they are playing on the Teo Vice. Things aren't working well for them. They swap it over for the comp against T1. Write that one off on the 13-3 loss, but then you come back to the Boom game and they're looking a little bit more coordinated, right? We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think that Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best buzz.
这把是长枪局了。
Not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game.
这场是有被骗到吗？哎呦，完了！那时候很尴尬，然后他对他自闭烟，他要躲回来，这就没烟嘞。 那少一个烟，那就有点尴尬。就大家等这个大完。哦，边线，哇，被防到了，可惜。
Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. Maybe a bit more presence, might be able to catch. Player off guard.
不要漏，不要漏，对对，商品你不要看。
Oh, he's gonna have to take his time. His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're doing just that. Monyet
这边出去打了2打4，位置锁死了。
takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clean this up? It's a
最好的位置，啊，可惜。
But the forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah, respect's given to the lockdown in the beginning, but when you start to get in.
最好的瑞兹使用者，可惜，对这边是小可惜啊。
On the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
最好的认知使用者
works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of scenario too, you can
等一下再丢垃圾好了
ultimates on this
等一下就很多垃
side.
圾
When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the four corners of the map. I say generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if PRX are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
最好的认知使用者。
You know, Breach Rolling Thunder going in, Jing on the showstopper if you want to get really excited.
Right? Just let PRX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So
哦，直接震，
try to trap him in.
太大了！哇哇哇哇哇哇！
Read from PRX recognizing
好哇，然后火这个好骗哎，这边他这边骗的好，这边骗的好。
And that's now been completely baited
这个
out.
道具直接被骗出来。
Left would be the orbital strike and maybe the rolling thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from
啊，
RRQ
这个大，
realizing that they have to get
因为他们直接把右边的 RQ 大刀骗出来，帅。
Going together as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home
要飞出去了
for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Which would mean that
点那下了，哎，
a little bit more
道具很多
extra kill or two before
有阵
retake.
他这 Pet 没有这个
That's why he's holding up into this
余
position.
震打跳，这潘铁他们要阻止对面下包，
And space.
对吧？阻止对面拆包，然后把这边控住，
Flush
能
out
拖多久是多
position,
哦。
and
进这个背闪，
hurt them somewhat. The firefight going
多时间哦，
finding a frag with the op, but at this range it just does not favor him. Forsaken.
4
Another
second，
4K for
Wow.
for the ace at the moment,
Hello.
but I don't think Jemkin wants to give him an opportunity for this.
完全是2打4哎，这边是2打4，这边完全就是队友都帮不到。你要看到他队完全帮不到他。
Feeling it all the way
Oh,
through.
the stun faded.
Ever since round 2, he was looking for it at the end, but
进这个意识很好
Jemkin，still able to hold his ground.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round as well. That is a really great information play to come out from PRX. We already highlighted the utility early on in the round that they
Paper
and then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave RRQ an opportunity to go in for a proper read,
强啊 Paper
it'd be a little bit
Race，
different when you
这
consider
才是我认识的
the strikers
Paper
in play too,
Race。
so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information. And this time another similar scenario for RRQ where they're just a hero rifle in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up nicely.
I reckon overdrive coupled with Steel Garden could be catastrophic.
Potentially. Kind of feels like the onus is on RRQ though to have a individual moment.
你说有点尼昂差距啊，这个
Time again, we have seen some teams
霓虹地府啊，我只能说这一把，那很明显就是霓虹地府啊。
You
但
really need
现在这样
a list of around
攻守互换就不一定了
things have not been
对吧
going
枪没
their
切
way
好
right now. Forsaken just toying with them around the B site.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these little jump spots right now.
开罐开罐，得得得，砰
Specifically
砰
that
砰
one
砰
towards
砰
main,
砰
baiting out a
砰
couple
砰
of
砰
shots
砰
as well,
砰，
but with
把
that
持续
not
关掉
being，seen just yet,
砰
the
砰砰
team
砰砰砰
at the
砰。
minute mark will just come out with an idea to go
然后这
together.
边等一排
Only
同时同步进
Kushi
攻
at，this A site where the rotations do start to come from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space.
好，
Defenses being held up on the
哎呦呦呦，断轨了，哎嘿，
going through. Jin already diving up towards the top of
那
heaven.
枪被捡走了，
Kills being
4-1霓虹
Oh,，he's trying to
确
read it
实
though.。
Oh my god, what is that wild
当时
spray?
在干嘛？太好了吧？
Come on yet.
啊
30 seconds to go though.
？Hello，
And the spike getting planted soon enough.
被打，对，要阻他下包，哇
Orbital strike.
哇，下包的谁 ？Petman，这个下包超可怜，
Still being helped though.
我的出枪了，哦，
Kind of keeps him out of dodge for now until the kills continue to domino through. Forsaken once again, the triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for PRX. 20 seconds to
有
go.
欸
The spike plant is denied. You get a
但
little bit
Petman 超水，这边不能怪他，他已经杠5了，但不能怪他。
round away, but
他超
they do
水
weather it in the end. Overlooking
对吧
an
这边
angle, some
还敢不查点啊
crossfire sprays coming out from the
还
bottom
敢
of
啊
the drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round.
Oh my god！
Yeah, the investment of the overdrive at the end, but you just want to make sure that you are getting the rounds. He'll probably have
只能
those
说
rounds the way that he is.
Forsaken 值得一个冠军。
Second time out now invested as well. You would expect from RRQ. Things are not going well
值
on
得
the
一个冠军。
defensive side at the moment.
This was just 3 rounds after the initial tactical timeout being called. It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the water. You know, everything that was prepped is kind of going awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Right? You think about this best of 5 veto, the low disrespect.
感觉 PRX 冠军呢，感觉也蛮有机会的。这样看的话
，PRX what map do they think that they can trip up PRX on? Right? What have they been practicing in the last week? Sitting back, getting ready. Last night as well.
Ran a similar comp to T1.
Yeah, for sure. To see what weaknesses PRX would have.
曾经有个不查点的人已经在家直播了。哎呀，你很坏耶！超坏的。但是确实已经不见喽。
Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the side smoke.
PRX though, not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through. Spotted out Jemkin up by the top.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he used
后面很乱，后面很乱。
Forsaken has slipped underneath tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Goes back through with Jemkin on some assistance.
架住了。
But then the kills.
哎，我觉得这边 RQ 不用那么急耶。RQ 这边小急了。 急得好 ，PRX
might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could xFaroe potentially do on the rotate? They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to potentially be just the retake scenario here, or might even have to consider the save for RRQ.
现场的隔音不好啊，我怎么一直听到韩文的播报声？这我没开，对吧？接下包3打2，这边堵错边喽 ，RQ。那 RQ 这边不好回，因为这边堵错边了。
There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You got to consider the investment of the.
我也是支持 PRX 好吗 ？PRX 这边直接保枪了，7-1。
So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ that.
有
is
火
going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns
感觉会
being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut PRX's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of PRX at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then
是有点暴打了，我觉得。
pushed down into tunnel.
Just good confidence at the moment for PRX, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter. 16 kills in there. You almost forget that Patman's on 0 still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy has
PRX fighting.
Oh, yeah.
Like what Pilsky was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be PRX once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go.
直接进点。
B side at the moment. Try and see
哦
what you can，
这
get.
否了哇！金 King 这边
While stunned.
幻象派的力量，
That's the
他说爆图他一定死了。
Unbelievable, and with that, the engine is completely halted
那不能动
around
了
the。back of Arcade. No real entry from that point forward because Jemkin has placed
哎呦
the smoke.
打败了 G，
To get
有哦
some good
顶
awareness
顶
going
中
on.
顶，
Checks out his 6.
商业很强啊，
back in towards
但
the train here.
PRX 更强。
I need quite a bit more though. Could go for a
PRX
possible
哎呦
position off to the A site, but with that
因为 PRX 是更强的队伍。
stops things once again.
Once again，
And Cushy pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1. And you play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an
这有点狠了。哎呦，这边直接短点，
so many 1v1s.
这边应该要先找人杀，对。那这边要找人杀，1打3，再打，哎，
Spike not yet
有
planted.
可以，那这边可以下包，这边可以下
Turns
包
back。around and he finds Petman.
但库奇林到了，他有意识到吗？
Salvo is available.
两个屁股，两个屁股。
Might be able to
Flush him out.
afford some positioning.
有，他知道火了。飞车大，哇，可惜 NT， 这边可惜，这边只能说可惜，很像了啦，很像。可惜对，如果2个都杀到他就赢了，已经很像了，差一点点。
Not checking the corners, kind of understand that. Getting in towards the site, you haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
There's a lot of trust in these.
可惜。
But sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic. New round, fresh round though. See if RRQ can start to get a couple more on the board on this defensive side as well.
Oh, but we do have a huge dive out from Monyet. Just fully.
阿拜怎么这么狠啊？出来直接接。
Actually, in return from PRX,
阿拜好牛逼哦！
from the aftershock, and they can reset here, right? 5 versus 4 advantage.
对啊，就不打决斗者，有些人看起来绑手绑脚。因为不玩，因为霓虹这角色其实跟多数的决斗者还是不太一样。那你看，当时也不会玩啊，他就去打烟。 但是玩烟虽然是那样，但是有时候打起来绑手绑脚又会很明显的感觉。我调小声一点。你们觉得声音太小，再跟我讲。接近点喽，冲进去。
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, ooh, PRX
疯狂开罐。OK， 准备下，这拍包在近点，对，先夹岸，再整岸，下个一大包，对，这个烟都是一长条的自闭烟。加速。 刚刚是有点抖了，我觉得还有加速。3。
A very possible entrance coming over.
They've called the save again. They just do not have the resources to go in for the retake at the moment. This is looking pretty grim for RRQ. Essentially on the back.
5打3就保枪了吗？哇，这个分是放到快没得放嘞，已经是放到8比2去嘞。他的分放超多的。 哦，被架住了，当然没差，反正还有大招点数可以赚。
There's no confidence it feels like at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there on those engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of.
他真的很像统神你们不觉得吗？
Finally make it to an international. But still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by GG yesterday, right? The performance of them.
好啊，对对对，这个就是我们天气常看到的战术。16杠5真的是有点狠霓虹有点太狠了。16杠5，阿尼亚维。
Will Devi expect Cushy to be here? Just seeing if the jacket would poke out. Oh wait, but now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. Enough time.
哎呦，看到了。哎，突许是不是有点急啦？那可能8杠2可能已经在想下一张图要怎么打了。现在已经半放弃了。哦，跑回来。
Reads or reactions from RQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an aftershock.
火交了。有啊，我那天还有播我那天有开观赛派对，我只能说那天我头很痛。有，4打2。那看来这张图是真的是伤停完烟，哎呦，急了。因为这样出来他枪已经架好了。他那个位置是从 B 大打 CT 本来就难打。以1打1来说啊，那个角度，
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for PRX, you know,
强啊，
getting
图一
smacked by T1, really figuring things out against Boom, and now you're feeling astronomically more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G, you want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for PRX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too.
要直接整吗？
Having his moments of brilliance to
哦，
shine.
捏着，
Though it's
然后让打败单亲。
towards the main for PRX last round of the half and a split on.
没有，他图一战力指数65。为什么麦菲克退下？因为麦菲克他自己想要给年轻人打，就是他觉得他年纪也大了啦。对他改战术教练，但我觉得他实力还有在啦。哦哟，你看这边 PRX 很有那个地域性完全都我猜到他们技能而且都有去打补枪看这是我认识的 PRX 哦。他会打补枪的，对。有 MyFake 年纪大，但也没办法。看他会打补枪噔噔噔噔噔噔，然后会躲道具这是我认识的 PRX。那我扣零。大雨啊，大雨没必要呢。可以啊，感觉需要组一个。
I mean, you really can't even fault RRQ in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. But PRX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get these quick trades.
And the confidence to truly just blast peck themselves into sights again and again. I mean, lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4 Komodo.
Yeah.
And it's tough luck for RRQ. Patman as well, I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know, he's talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the desk interview went through with, but at the same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. Everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the PRX train as well, except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man.
Imama 和 Simon 的英文应该没有很好，我认为。
PRX fans always, any single time, but at the same time, you've got to be honest. This current scoreline, 10-2, it's just not a great look for us.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map, you still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
That's exactly what we were hoping for. Monyet having pistol-aced up against PRX just a year ago.
你说这个吗？噔噔噔噔噔！哎呀，今天没有啊，今天应该3-0啊，今天应该等一下可以玩风之谷啊，我感觉到了。只说等一下我们风之谷见啊。兄弟们，等一下风之谷见。
A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PRX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
哦，可以闪阵直接出，然后听到很多声音了，要扣队友了，因为这边打败自己一个人，那机器人先收回来了，因为确定有情报了。你们觉得Tenz会不会去 Paper 的？不会，他做实况组赚很多，然后而且 Sentinel 对他很好，真的很好。明天还有，明天是剑局打今天的胜者。我火 second。图二。图二键。
PRX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them going their way on this map, and RRQ just Deficit numbers once again.
Oh my god.
Smoke, not expecting Divide to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, shot properly towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but he's caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
But what about the hero Stinger play Komodo?
I mean, it's had
明天就是今天的胜者打剑姬啊，对对对。
We've not really seen even the rifles connecting too much at the moment for RRQ, so we'll see. We'll see. Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PRX in this round. Just slow and steady creep ups from RRQ.
Not a lot of information from PRX until that turret goes off. Rotation.
架住。
Yeah, the Stinger as well, so you get an idea, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that
我直接冲出来了，哇，打脚是不是？这种打脚，对，这打脚了，有打到，但打脚。干，直接拿手枪啦，棒棒棒棒棒！手枪举哦，阿娘喂！你说的对，这就是手枪，棒棒棒棒！
high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean,
有喽，手枪曲。
Oh
my god!
Getting involved in all of these duels, 25 kills already in a map of 15 rounds. Quack going into the 15th, he's got 25 kills.
Let's go, 30 bomb all the way.
太狠了，
I mean, he just looks so
太夸张了。
bright smile on his face from the player cam before into what could be.
下次，刺身。 左边有查吗？有。
Looks for the overdrive, but the paint shells will ultimately be RRQ's doom. 13-2.
好，也要冠军赛要。
Scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction to come out from PRX at the moment.
炸鱼哦，我操。
It's got better and better ever since that game against DFM. They are just on track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look
今天的桌子有救了，对。今天是桌子日。
This engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be PRX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of
5.
Have to get a better map and look towards Split.
强啊！
Hopefully come out with a better idea of it, but right now we're just seeing confidence from PRX, taking kills together as a team, multi-fragging up the storm. Everybody feels very aligned on PRX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. You know, they're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of a masterclass play from PRX here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
今天感觉早点下班呢。
PRX at their very
今天感觉早退局。
Just kind of like what Alex was talking about. When everyone's holding their own leash, right? They don't need to be reined back in.
I mean, you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything in the moment.
哟，感谢追水。
Beef before the game, no handshakes, no fist bumps or anything, but it's all laughs. You know, we have some fun there.
哎呦，我这个手枪真的好可怕哦！
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef, you do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RQ has that dog in them just as we toss it back over onto the disc.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PRX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture, I mean, they thrive in this kind of map, which is why the map veto was such a big question mark. And this is, I would say, you would kind of expect a result like this.
I mean, that dog is looking like a chihuahua. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean,
PRX.
Where is it? Because I mean, this was absolute domination from PRX, 13-2 with 14 of the first bloods. I mean, where do we even begin in this map? This was absolute utter carnage for RRQ, and I mean, I feel like for RRQ's map pick, they weren't prepared yet.
Where were they? They didn't show up to the game. It was the same thing as yesterday. Like, I backed RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into the game today. 4 people didn't show up to the game. We got to shoot back, guys. Like, this is peak PRX. Make no mistake. Like, Forsaken, outstanding game on the Neon.
太狠了，4-8，阿娘喂。
ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was really needed. Like this was Forsaken just running them down, and PRX with an improved approach on Fracture, which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on. But I mean, RRQ just this map of Fracture.
No, unfortunately not. And the numbers don't lie as well, right?
Young gap.
On the MVP side of RRQ. But
Is ba?
There were exit kills.
Like 6
The whole team got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like, there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing the Neon, right? Definitely in their faces, running and gunning.
然后比赛开始喽，中场休息一下。
We don't really know what to say at this point because, 13-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ. But for PRX, hey, it's just another day in the PRX office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some improvements already from them. So we'll dive into the replays here. Wind back to what we saw versus T1 on Fracture. This was round 11 on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble.
哎，这是 T1 哦，就是他们 key moment， 关键时刻。
The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest.
然后踩到人家图了。
People are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job. They're fantastic at this map, even though they're out of the tournament now. But also PRX not really pacing things super well and getting disrupted quite a lot by both people on the.
这个我还记得，一杀，这把一杀很可怕，不是想面对的回忆。 我超凡。
Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did not play around what they were doing.
超凡入圣山，掉下来啦，兄弟们。
Kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade pick, and they're doing that because they know that Vice Wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled.
哦，
they look
老
more
外刚好收回去这样。
very good at that game. But like you say, RRQ weren't even really there. I feel like the one thing T1 did very well is they played forward. They played in front of the smokes. They disrupted PRX. We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and you know they just give up the sides for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first you got to deal with Buzz on the op. You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the Teo and the Breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when PRX was going into these sites almost ever, number one. But also number two, I feel like PRX is just in free flow right now. They are moving as a unit so well. There's no hesitation. There's no doubt. When you've got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature duelist right now. There's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so many highlights here of Forsaken that we're going to pull up right now. You look at the opposite side, right? Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look at Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
For Monyet, like, we saw it previously as well, where he was just...
哇，铜牌3没事啊，游戏开心玩就好啊。你看我，看我现在是开心玩环节。
I wanted to see him I wanted to see a Neon on the op, but it was not really something that Monyet's had a lot of success with, and there was just no one able to stop Forsaken in the server this game.
I think there's no doubt it's a hard diff. That's the only way we can really describe it. And I think this is one thing that I do love about PRX is, you know, they don't use the Neon everywhere, but on the maps it's well stewarded. They put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone to play these kind of like duelists that they're not comfortable on, because they have 3 different experts on the 3 different duelists. So it's great when Forsaken gets a chance to really shine like this, and I felt like he was set up so well. He was traded out so well if he did ever die, and I just think he was a monster.
Those numbers are disgusting. He's killing 2 people around worth of damage, 1.7 kills around. He's good for 2.
应该有机会啦，我觉得，因为 对，为了要看 MIB 啊能不能晋级，因为 MIB 那个第3种子我记得。 对他第3种子的话，可能要先过小组赛，才可以打季后赛这样。他的种子序比较低。
I feel like he won the game though when he just aced on the pistol. Like the mental damage that he inflicted to RRQ with that pistol round was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it was just the blast radius of that just echoed throughout the entire
I feel like you're getting that a lot from PRX. Like you have different players that are stepping up and having these impact rounds, and they're a team that thrives off of momentum. But also RRQ, I feel like there's some degree of doubt in their camp after that Gen G game, and you saw it just continue to affect them all throughout Fracture. Like, when are these guys going to wake up?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like that they need to get their heads back in the game if they want to come back into the series. But we're moving on to Split, which is, of course, PRX's pick. And we've seen some differences in these comps. PRX in the past played this double duelist. We've seen Raze and Yoru come out from them. On the side of RRQ, it's that Breach Teo.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, we need to see them execute that much better than they did on Fracture. Jemkin is usually a disruptive force on the Yoru. We love his Yoru. But Split is just not a map that has really been repped by either of these teams very much at all. Over on the side of RRQ, we've seen them lose to Nongshim and beat Zeta, and that is back in the group stage. Over on the side of PRX, the only team that they played in this stage was GE, and then outside of that, the opening game of kickoff, or very early on in kickoff, they played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So I want to see why PRX picked this map. It's just not really something that you've seen them play too much. We've seen them play a lot of different styles. They've played the Yoru Raze there, so double duelist, similar to what you've seen T1 run before. We'll see if they kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do wonder for the side of RRQ, if you have Jemkin back on the duelist, we've Jemkin on the Yoru, does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ, you were looking at the players that had the most stopping power on, for Forsaken, and they were just nowhere to be found, right? Kushi, Monyet, even Xpharaoh. Unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if RRQ is playing the long game here, especially since, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to a 5. So going over into this next map, as you guys mentioned, Split, this is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here in the best of 5, and both teams...
seeing that round.
Yeah, look, we'll discuss the RRQ
who
one.
Who is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Maybe. I haven't seen this one in a while. I'll talk about RRQ first, though. You do have the double duelist coming out. They have changed up their comp. They are not playing Breach Teo. It will be the single init fade with the Yoru Raze. So very similar to what you'd see something from T1 running, or even similar to a comp that PRX have run not too long ago.
Yeah, for PRX, we're taking it back in time. It's
I've seen this before.
Old school double duelist. Something on the Jet, Jing on the Raze, and of course we have a Sky. We have a Sky in VCT.
We have a Sky.
I mean, this is crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so excited.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilsky, yes, it's going to be Split. And as Mika mentioned on the desk, BO5 is a very different battlefield, but we also have a very different composition coming through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing PRX's comp from the other week, so we'll see what sort of reads PRX are going to be able to get from that. If we've seen this before, we should know how to adjust for that. And yeah, if Sky can get nerfed into Oblivion and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Maybe. And hopefully a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that Crazy Guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his 3rd time ever playing it. On the attack, then being able to smoke things off straight into the A site.
Generally see him on the Breach, which this time they're not opting for that. Cushy, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PRX member has opted to go out from the ropes. And with perfect crosshair placement as well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then for more noise, as something dashes straight into the smokes, Jemkin then to deal with him. A flash be able to stave off the PRX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PRX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy X Sparrow as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from RRQ. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well for a map like Split where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PRX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well, looking for the share of shots instead. Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PRX then.
我这边被 C 波 pick 欸，我感觉好可惜哦。
Everything's been smoked off.
我刚刚怎么麦没开？干，我是不是我是笨蛋？你怎么要支持 Paper Race？Paper Race，Paper Race，Paper Race。干，难怪我刚才想说怎么没人回我。我也希望 Paper Race 能赢。这个斯凯先清前点。 前点没看到，然后这个烟，哦，是 Forsaken 打烟哦 ，Forsaken 的双烟。
PRX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PRX. See if he can get any extra ultimates,
开罐，
maybe on Jing, for example.
疯狂开罐。 哦，进抓到你喽！而且芒叶的大刀点数很快耶，看起来他第4回就拿得到了。其实我在想这图双烟强不强？没有，也不是双烟，我在想这图斯凯到底有没有那么强势？因为他们玩斯凯。
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PRX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well to kick off once against T1 where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the Sky.
我配对面，主要是斯凯现在这版本没有到那么强势。这版本的话，我个人认为会是菲德吧，对吧？对，而且打败应该玩，而且以前都玩 MyPick 玩那个Viper， 时代变了，兄弟们，时代变了，时代变了。哇 ，Forsaken， 哦，包掉在这里了。 没大招，那可能要保枪喽。那这边 RRQ 要保枪了。主要是斯凯被削弱蛮多的啦，跟2年前比。那可能他本来就最喜欢玩这套。哎呦，这个罗没罗到，还好没白给。恩皮下速。 对，加速，纪律性，纪律性，纪律性，这就是 PRX 的纪律性。
The big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening jewels.
Nice, 对 ，nice.
When you consider the 14-1 in the previous map, so it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening jewel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently, it's a more stacking side of PRX towards B and mid, you could say as well. Patman.
哦，这个裸，这个是天梯传统阵容。
Into defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over. So, really good idea. And look at the awareness to play inside of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just pop flash
and
waiting for a team to rotate over. This is just a complete sight control now given towards RRQ. You're not running the Fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap with the paint shells.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PRX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead. And at that point,
飞机盖米救了1打5，卡这个位置只能爆枪了。应该有被防到，对。只能爆枪。W Gaming 这样也能啊！这 PRX 的回防跟我以前想的变了变了。他们以前不是这样回防的，看差好多哦。噔噔噔噔，现在变好强哦 ，PRX。
The Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PRX throughout this stage. Adaptations and learning. RRQ, though, coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin.
车没看到他们，然后反走狗。等一下哦，现在有足够对的回防感了，我回防感了。好啊！哎呦，哇，两个顶级 TP， 有防到，但被补掉了。哇，这Crazy Guy TP 很有想法1打1打败对上芒叶。哇！这个炸太过分了，这个炸是没办法，这炸没办法。哇都。
Trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation, but in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ, bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down. That's just crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Monyet as well.
Yeah,
the past Raze player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
开跑。
This battle, right, in this matchup.
两个看到了，一个跑走了，一个被裸，都没被裸到。卡点内。哦。卡着，然后在点内确定一只，看能不能搅他。包被抓到了，谢谢，包被抓到了，那就不管你了，我们走喽。
Rocky assumption and thinking that the
还把包控住吗？
but we'll see if Jemkin is able to craft anything out. That said,
哇，这个意识有到，赞。非常关键的 IQ。
From the shadows to get the spike with Jemkin finding complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go for a plant? Well, you're going to have to try and do that in a pit. And you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for RRQ now. PRX looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
Although, if Patman gives him a duel, he wins that one. Start to cook a little bit.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Defy.
好尴尬哦 ，Crazy Guy 这边1打3，直接下包吗？我直接下 ，Poor Never Fake。
They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy being able to.
Poor Never Fake， 我感觉到了，大没了，对，怕被队友搞，看到他头皮位了，看他头皮，准备 Super Pick。你说的对，哇，还毕业，强啊！
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So PRX doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one.
呦，蹦蹦蹦
3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we see timeouts earlier on, right? In the last map, when you consider at this point in time it was 5-1 by round 6. So more from RRQ here. No coach intervention needed. Happy by the fact that they're gonna potentially have something to do in this round, anyways, right? Light investments for RRQ. Make sure you're holding up for the next rounds. Go all together as a team towards this A site.
Went in for the execute as well. Gate crash In towards a corner.
Ooh, Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop flash to try to attempt.
盲野怎么这么狠？
Monyet quickly dispatches of him.
盲野是不是太过分了？
Completely blocked off. He's still
哦，特狙！哎呦，哇！没 dash 好，被收回去了。
Denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
Pit.
哇，这个大开下去那没救了，
I think that's
看
it.
下一场喽。
Maybe.
大开下去就没救了啦。
Showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, B.
Rado.
Sure. This is what I'm talking about, though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ, making sure that you can try and get something to work. You've passed correctly into Patman on the site. Good TP from Jemkin to get in there. Devi's looking for some bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is ticked away too far already.
Oh.
Second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away. Crazy guy will just collect onto another kill. Jemkin as well.
4比3，这把很焦灼哎。那这是PRX 的选图要选图互扁吗？也不一定啦，还是蛮焦灼的。目前现在算是焦灼，扑朔迷离的一场比赛。
Updraft back into it doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well to see if they can challenge back.
Should be. But it is a fair and very tense fight right
now. Oh no! 拜托，不想看我不想看的东西。
Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid prowl from PRX at the moment, though. Meanwhile, RRQ finding successes towards the alpha side.
Say no!
PRX out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the nightfall as well, and it just
张醒的局有吃到这边 CT 被推了，要这样哦，哇，这没办法，这刀，哎呦，好了，我拖你时间。 这个没办法。
A decent dink.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter for RRQ. Blades going awkward for something. Feels like PRX's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there. Have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ. Though feels like in this sort of time, Alex is gonna have to come out with a timeout.
That's the first time I've heard that one.
PRX's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
I mean, you're gonna have to pull out something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that. I mean, an execute with Monyet flying up over to the top of Heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens just for that Nightfall to get sent through. I mean,
it's this aggression we were missing from last map from RRQ, right? Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
But for not a single member of the PRX squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You gotta remember as well, Split is not generally a map that PRX opts to play.
Which is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You gotta feel it out. And why not leave your best maps for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tourney. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
哦，5比3，刚喊一个暂停，我也去喊了我也替自己也喊了一个暂停。要敲桌了吗？应该是这样。
Where they can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent up through mid.
哎呦，好可惜啊！那应该炸完了哟，加速！哇，他为什么还在下面？他在架那个楼梯的位置。我这个不会3打2。
still have their options, and it's going
确定10点有人了。是闪。哦，可以，2打2，要被裸了。哇，切刀了，半能打赢，好可惜哦。这样啊。Something， 还得是你啊，伤心酒店，耶！哎，还得是你，伤心。
Well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening, and he was there super early to come out with the Red Bull clutch for PRX.
Red Bull clutch.
That's just quick reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know the initial contact might have
我看你的枪了。
completely south for some reason.
对，逆境 for second， 逆境伤心，1打2，下注。yo。
Isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Both Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Yeah, well,
similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B site.
Something that RRQ hasn't contended with before, and Forsaken will come out on top of the duels. Devias well eliminating Jemkin, but
这个裸哇，没裸到，但是哇，刚好拉走了，50%。
Utility for a retake here. No smokes for PRX though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some.
哈哈，急了。
Shot down for now. Something with 2 kills around the pillar. He props the tailwind, but
Cushy
ends his life.
Scrappy battles. Do love to see them. Opening frag in the way of PRX, but immediate retaliation from RRQ. A lot of bits of utility as well to just off-put the PRX members. Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hand though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
A lot of pressure. But that said, that would be RRQ playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side, it completely flushes or makes Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. PRX possibly a
阿麦等一个哇，不行，这边再拉扯一下，被裸了，但这边刚好下不来，哎，有，等下出来了，把这包打掉了。Jinky 有点位置要被查了，对。统神太过分了。
Something though, still looking for the fights against the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
How do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then.
1打1，我永远可以相信伤心，对吧？下注 1v1， 对。
Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on Scars against Sengoku, and he still comes out on top of Something.
He gets the better of him in this one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-eco. They came into it with
哇，这个点没办法，他1打5。
They stack towards the A site. Devi gets a good read that they are coming towards B. Let's just full rotate on over, and Something comes out with some absolute sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin 20 HP, Something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, RRQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Vipers pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's
被控中的大招，但好像有人走过去啦。
Snuck past.
RRQ 2个走过去了，这个大招慢了。
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone, play distractor. Meanwhile, in the back lanes, he can fight and then meet up with the team. This is going swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xfero just blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. 1v4 and Something. Just goes in jump.
这没办法。
Jemkin will pick the round up and push RRQ
我要抖呢。
8-4.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of hit and miss from Jemkin on this
8比4
when it comes towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks like the hit is here. Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PRX to get.
本次我们地图帮你看一下哦。
Quick one out from RRQ on that attacking side. Well, they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map.
第一张图天幕之下，第二张图双塔迷城，第三张图深海遗珠，第四张图极地涵港，然后第五张图意境空岛。Real man.
Yeah, this is true. Got a lot of
嗯
players love it.
他把我，他不是我，是吧
Oh my god, production sometimes.
？Oh my
cracks me up.
god.
You got a guy, you got a man, but it's Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, unlike Patrick who. It's not even his name. Not even his name. Halftime break though. Throw that one away. We're going to have to get to a switch up of the sides as well to see if we'll tie up this series 1-1. Get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX. Leading very handsomely with those.
这把第一拉，这把第一拉回来。
The A site with the prowl up, no one's going to be at least in close proximity. As PRX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over investments from RRQ, no one going by themselves. Refreshing Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Yeah, spot out a bit of information. Forward position now for PRX, getting pretty close towards it.
Oh, after boom.
As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from mailroom, and you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PRX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything.
拜托，手枪举拿下，拜托。
The resources.
Where do you want your smokers forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it currently. Inside the smoke though, and it's just PRX finding first contact. Petman and something.
这哪一？
Heaven as well.
这最慢的了。
The only one left then is Cushy. Sort of not yet spotted, but as soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you. That will be the pistol picked up by PRX.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. CT jumping around, right clicking, taking some heads. PRX, they will take the second pistol.
还能看，还能看，这比赛还能看。
Forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right click jump is a little bit crazy. Pistol round will keep things in good contest here.
Nice, nice. 还能比赛还能看哦，比赛还能看。
Their defensive side. This is a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though for this map. Couple of pistols.
这是顶级 TP。
A Marshall for something.
Not a single rifle except for, well, if you consider the Marshall, but still, RRQ currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer to where.
对，那这样打就是还有机会。啊，怎么三个在这边？阿里阿伟，
Let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site.
三个在这边，不知道是谁啊？
It's just gonna be Crazy.
但是我看一下，我滑鼠是我的游标应该有出来，游标对。
And now you know that no one else is here, so it's just gonna be this little pistol retake. See if RRQ even just do what PRX did and go up with the spike eventually.
就赌呀，因为他们是一口局，对，有赌有机会啊，还好没被赌到，不然枪掉其实也亏。
Not wanting to give too much up to PRX, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
You get the idea of what RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Spawn?
Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Love that.
And that's not too bad in terms of economical damage. A little bit more going through, and it's just Forsaken left. He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still gonna go off, but ults and points being found by RRQ.
掉好多枪哦，
surviving at the end here as well.
掉很多枪哎，我必须说掉蛮多枪的。
Means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus
Oh.
rounds. Though on the other side, you did
没事没事没事没事，自己拿下来就好说，不然的话经济太伤了。
yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round. So
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a, well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in the end. So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment. And it's unexpected. Brilliant shot out.
伤心酒店的狙，
Just never expected, even if you're going for the
开
jungle
狙了，
somehow.
对，
Something with a punish.
伤心酒店，
Gotta place a player around.
还得是你的狙，伤
Was
心
the。judge as well. So that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, crazy guy. He wants to play close. He wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shroud step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by PRX off of that. Thankfully able to get Crash away.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of dodge.
Yep.
Once again,
大
another
柱
scenario where
哦
RQ left without
5打
resources.
4，拜托这边 CT 哦，还好没过，还好没过。
A plan
对，刚好 TP 走，还好。有意识 N 皮，这边 N 皮。 Something， 你永远可以相信 Something 的狙击。8比7，可以，好起来了，好起来了。
I mean, I know it's the bonus technically in the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from PRX.
能看，比赛还能看。
The second round of this half to then get out the full great buy FAX style, and they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy.
回来了，都回来了，对。
When they've got control of it as well, it's not too many angles that they need to worry about when that plant's down.
It works though. I mean, it's a little bit risky, but now you have them with an op, and that's something that RQ is going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any jewels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what PRX wants to do, trying to exploit this weakness. Magneto quick on their reactions out to a tough, but then still for PRX to find the shots.
8比8，都好说，8比8。
Big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding. PRX are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just Jemkin drastically attempting at anything, but still the score has been tied up.
Yeah, 8-8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how PRX are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture. Feels like we do need the timeout though. Was waiting to see if that was going to come through.
Started off 8-4, and now PRX have found 4.
都好起来了，8比8。
Proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one, right? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that RRQ, you know, they've got the fade for the info
RRQ.
as well.
RRQ, RRQ.
Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them.
Paranoia.
Send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to.
感觉最关键的那2回合他们有守下来，所以差很多。
It's definitely going to be, you know, quite the conundrum. You place more players
对
towards，
有
mid,
比以前稳很多。
and you leave the rest of the sites a little bit more open for PRX to possibly, well, launch an expedition around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the minimap right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well, so we might have another something V Jemkin moment.
Yeah, we might just have a really cool off battle in the round, which
barrel.
Get him in the hands. Yep.
Wow!
哇，枪管漏了。
Yeah. Sometimes it be just a little
It wasn't even a tag.
blown off the body. You'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this.
这个手对，因为枪管太长了，对，这样你看。
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ, but not
没事
third time. Third time's a charm.
2打3，
We're moving forward.
而且我们 safe 是判官，还打死一个。哦，
RRQ away.
我 second 禁烟。
Spike plant though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little bit of stability, have a breath at the moment. Devi still has the poison orb as well as a snake spy, but he's finding
3，
timing.
再跟 light， 可以，比赛还能看。哎 ，timing， 可以。 timing， 那可以偷他。哇，你看他走到管房，然后一样，完全不信任队友。
The timing on yet, he's found it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement, just at the right time.
哇，这 timing 超衰，哎，
Even though the spike is down,
一定要把楼上车打死。
isolate every single
那
goal. The first swing
他这楼上过了，他有这个烟，他还有得玩。
Petman off
对。
guard.
Version after the timeout for RRQ, regaining the lead. More importantly, getting the first round on their defensive side. Courtesy of some heavy lifting of the operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize in the next round as well. You really want to make sure that you can have that in his hands as much as possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
啊，只能说芒叶这边 timing 太好了，这个是没办法的。
If he potentially
对。
found him when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that round away. There's another investment for PRX, everybody lining up for an A-site endeavor, where once again, early engagements may very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different line being held as well. PRX would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right.
经典了，5打5的哦，跳起来，
As well. Jing looking to find effect with it, and he will collapse onto our Six Sparrow.
可以把这边5打4，
Holding heaven.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was resatcheling up into towards the rafters there.
没事，这一局拿下来惨多哦。
Backside on
开跑，
Q.
一只
Going for a bit of a
就
guessing
卡
game.
着。
Jemkin though will eliminate those guesses into more decisions.
芒叶这个飞，
Just denies all of that outright.
这就是位置卡好的 A， 因为你在楼上卡死，可是你楼下根本踩不下来，就会长这样。可是你楼下踩不了的话，有时候就会长得这么奇怪。
Everybody is trying to get some body blocking at the back of the side as well, but it just doesn't work out. Monyet completely blinded. And then you've got so many angles just being held by PRX at the end there. Flawless round to come through from them. Really not allowing any further round accumulation to come through from RRQ. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty of that range, yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info though, and you got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
But not finding anything further towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other.
集合一波打 A， 那边只有夜路，他们赌4A， 有哦。这边我猜夜路只能看一下情报，但就只能走了。对，因为他们要直接经典了。别，就打一次就好了，你别打那么多，别打那么多。
For the count, there was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well. It's just going to be Jemkin with a share for
4打3，
it's working pretty
哇，看近这个位置了，而且枪要被偷走了。
Paint shells, blast packs still could be
我这个闪背的好。
might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first though.
哇，他在后面有人这样弹。 好像没用，要被提前枪了，哎呦！1打2， 好像5了呢。好像没有了。哇哇！
So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out, Giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles. Can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity, with op or not. Rest of the team following in pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engaging.
笑得很开心哎。
Back in the hands of Jemkin.
对，可惜。
See if he'll have another opening duel. Poised at the ramp. Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Keep tool for RRQ right now. PRX though not backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty once again.
他想玩修体啊，每次都修体，可惜了。 哦，再打一个，可以 ，Patman， 我出来了。哦， 比赛完判官了，靠腰，又有怪东西。2打2的局要踩位置，对，知道一左一右，上面没人，所以踩出来，哎，就45度，因为45度是优势位，同时一起拉，永远可以相信 Forsaken， 好不好？ 如果 Forsaken 是无敌的 ，Forsaken。
There's going to be some light investments from RRQ around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utility to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out for Mon yet, and no trade ability either to come through from the controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected.
Sigma 4.
Find the duels. Trying to isolate the angles, trying to figure out who's where. 10 to 10. As I said, a bit of a lighter investment from RRQ coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Pit. If PRX take things real slow, you could choose to use them. But if PRX decide to just go in towards the A site, there would be nobody to stop them.
对啊，感觉那里真的是 Forsaken 的位置，好像 Forsaken 打那个位置是真的很强，就感觉双塔他们真的打得很熟，他们知道哪里可以，他们知道哪里要站，哪里不太能站，这样。我个人感觉是这样。先进点了，哎，又打 A， 无敌打 A 战术，无敌打 A 战术，哎。
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler investor or a Boombot from Monyet, get some paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles. Maybe just going to choose to go through Heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the odds come as well. Monyet then just diving straight in.
判官
Just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his own. It's just something left, and now he's back up from Heaven. But he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. X-Pharaoh out for the final frag.
Have we cursed him here? Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty. And it happens. 4 alive as well.
都晚了，又不对了，兄弟们，好像又不对了。看起来比赛又不对了。Oh my god！ 判官局。好开心啊，盲爷！盲爷是不是太开心了？
Well, I've got some satchels. I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss at the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the Pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more Pit available.
And you just love being able to watch RRQ come back in, finding themselves, awakening. More confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Yeah, it's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on, though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, we are on only map number 2. 11 to 10. RRQ primed for possibly map point with their ultimates.
This could be scary as well. Early pit for Xfero. Will he get sent upon?
哦，开大收这个，哎，有看到吗？有灌死吗？没有。哇 ，Jenkins 直接喷死了，那这就尴尬喽。完了，毒三。 深海鱼珠，别真别。对，造型会在直播上面直接抽，然后会在 IG 跟 YT 同步公布。
See what Devi's trying to do over at this pit, but if this is a call for PRX to go through vents and start to sneak in the backlines of A, that would actually be the right call.
More noise. You did have Xfero pushing out. This might have been a different story, but it will be PRX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like Xfero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PRX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not gonna work, but Jemkin initiates.
Yeah， 5打2吗？哦，不行，打4个。哇，阴漏了，要保枪了。对，他听到你保枪了。可惜。可以翻盘吗？可以吗？
Making sure he's the protector, making sure that PRX don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. You cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it. The fact that Jemkin gets 2 on the back of coming out of that drift is absolutely insane. It's now map point though for PRX, for RRQ. They've got 2 of them to play with here. PRX do have another buy at least presentable. Blades will come out for something. But will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back in the favor of RRQ yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Yeah.
Might have judged to aid as well.
永远可以相信伤心的刀，好吗？哎呀，伤心酒店的刀。
Yeah, something has been cut down a little bit in the beginning of these past couple of rounds, but now
叮叮叮叮。
hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
哦，直接带去，急了，这是太急了，我怀疑这太急了，真的，真的有点大急。
Just to mark the angles up from garage, but a little bit awkward on the spray. Allows for PRX some tiny opportunity to get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill.
还能看，比赛能看。
And he doesn't have enough.
这个是判官是不是？为什么他只有手枪？哦，他应该先把判官丢了。对。哦，判官。 被看到了，被看到了。眼皮，可以，应该能进 OT， 应该能进 OT。
Will PRX push us into overtime, or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure.
有接 OT 吗？拜托。
RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower, so you fall on back. But here we go, last round of regulation. Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Gonna see nobody home at the B side.
干这个 Chapel 怎样啊？他买判官怎样？他明就有钱买大枪。当时又不见了。可以，4打4。
That will be then more space for PRX to shore up around A ramp.
Speaking of losing your life, being robbed of it, something again.
先祷告。
Silence for PRX. Seekers.
先相信，再相信。
Oh. Yeah, invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly give them a bit of a warning sign.
打败，下注。哦，有看到了。
Just breaks things apart. Defy the second kill. And it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime, folks, because
俊可以，再一个，先相信，再相信。
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the sight lines? Looks for the duel.
OT.
swings out and provides the assistance necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready.
OP 有啦，有，
Valiant
还能起舞。
at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with. So far we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these two maps.
Yeah, well, you might
然后疯狂交流。
27 kills up on RRQ. You've got 2 duelists or 2 players from PRX who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing, certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. PRX to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they.
呦，头被点破了，先跑。
Greatness. Starting things off though, removing
哦，是俊的，帅啊，俊。他知道他对面要 TP 了，先丢了。不愧是俊的瑞兹。这个家没有 Forsaken 真的不行哦。哎，something 哇，这个家没有 something 真的玩不了一点。呦，30滴。 这边被双架，可能要等队友丢道具反清了。哇，这个家要散了吗？ 被灌破了，可以灌死他吗？那2个都在，然后包其实是 A 大包，其实有机会的，但烟好像散了，这尴尬了。知道2个都在 A 啊，对，要先碰包。 没办法，别最造比分。哇！别。
Great little trap play at the very beginning, but RRQ, once they're in the site, they have the right angles that they need
真
to hold.
别。
Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunts come out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiator utility always work for a kill. And now RRQ will find themselves on the map point with the lead going back onto their now defensive side.
真别。
Yeah.
拜托了。
Off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map too. Just getting shut down time and time again at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Could be something that RRQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so rewarding if they can find it.
All Forsaken is marking the back. However, he falls. Something takes the door.
Something 这个狙。
Then, so PRX, they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do they clear out back?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ for what it's worth. Something, he wins the duel against Crazy Guy.
Something 靠你了，这个村。你刚才搞那么多吧？
And he's holding the angles with assistance from the team. Cushy up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the trip.
打1打败这个家。
Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Divide is coming from though? He's got
这个家。
time right now for Divide to get in his head.
哦，有想到吗？今天有想到。对，俊那边搞耍了，俊没把握住。
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers.
Wow.
Feels again that the shutdown on towards something hurts a little bit more for them.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
To the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of RRQ. I mean, I look at the first half and how they're navigating and conditioning PRX on that attacking side, making them really guess where things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually PRX are.
这个还蛮开心的，但好像越来越不对了。
Little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push PRX into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best.
这1打5有点太狠了，我觉得。明天这一场的胜者打剑区，对，这场胜者打剑区。
love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness and reading how they need to hold the angles on the map against PRX. And that's why those brawls are coming out in advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
就不为什么 T1 没上 Faker 好不好？怎么 T1 没上 Faker？
5, baby.
This could go the full distance, but for now, we're gonna have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that's
超可惜的，
RQ.
就差一点点。
We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up finally. I felt like they were here to play.
差一点点。
He was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the brimstone.
丘比不打射手，对啊，对，丘比不打射手。
A real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here. It's that 350s from RRQ.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds won, you had some clutches won, you had some man disadvantage situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays and honestly some really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head to head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty old style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split, and I feel like RRQ kind of
我觉得就差一点点。
version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say Jenkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Let's go PRX, let's go PRX.
It's a huge mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that overtime one.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right?
Bro,
Especially
Crazy guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died to that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on side, right? With how he's calling that, and of course Monyet as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because, as we mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from PRX, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space.
中场休息。
We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, where he just walks through with the off. This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the judge over to Monyet as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to elbow, and Monyet's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ's even going to attempt that retake. And that must have been a bit of a bitter moment, maybe, because Monyet used to do that on PRX on the raise.
That's why they hired him.
It's a very PRX thing to do.
Yeah, they've just been PRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that blood still runs strong through him, right? What do you think the comms were like?
I honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monyet. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the raise and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monyet wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the raise was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map too. Well, here he is, coming in swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PRX, this was an overtime, and of course, PRX, each round, were not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got
so
them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Yo, the wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Devi's trying to flank him in through Heaven side, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best YamOuO in the VCT.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and you know, I think if RRQ want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team, and he's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on YamOuO makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, you know, it works so well, especially on maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the YamOuO, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Phoenix. This is a comp that RRQ know very well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people off, because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I feel like for Pearl, I don't know, PRX just look very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change up some things in their play. Perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the 3rd map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting, because at times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. But you can't have gaps in your map pool in a whole best of 5, guys. You've got to be playing your way through the entire pool. So this is going to be a true test of who has figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of 5s. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of 3, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get
that's
that
a second phase ban most of the time.
For sure. But someone has to win, so somebody snowballs a lot of momentum forward from this map 3 as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1. So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what? We're really gonna push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out the few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duelist yet again with the Neon YamOuO. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Taeyu can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yo and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off. They will start out on attack. PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, PaperX only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Divide has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over.
有 Crazy Guy 有没有 Crazy Face 没有？哦，我回来了，对，早安，大家早安。
Yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do
Night,
see
no
Killjoy, RRQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for PaperX. The game against DFM going to that stretch of overtime. Akame trying to deliver the absolute brilliant factor in that game, just couldn't get it over the line.
That was that one win that PaperX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for RRQ, it's both losses on Pearl.
Yep,
as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams
来喽，图三一落境地，不，深海遗珠讲错了。大家早安，又回到我们最好看的比赛喽。没看到。但是似乎对手没有感觉，你回都没有回，只是说道线没点掉。 回都没回。
So we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art play comes out for PaperX. Meanwhile, B is kind of free reign, free territory, right? You gather the orb there as RRQ, start to pivot on back. Not really seeing any overinvestment.
Yeah, and PaperX is okay with that.
Oh, now they start to get a little eager.
Going in for a possible retake play. PaperX, yes, down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you're going towards the A site, you see a lot of teams have the shear that cuts off through top of mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing in the moment, now the utility all comes.
CT 都推出来了，那就知道你们只能打 B 了。那这边 Crazy Guy 这边断边，包结案了，那就看屁股这两个有没有料了。 然后商品打最慢，商品这边打最慢。哦，对，这个 Forsaken 不能掉，才要打最稳。而且还有机器人，他们很清楚这边有个人在断边。然后这边你知道屁股来人了。这位置来说 ，RQ 站位比较好。对。哇！
crunched up into sight because not much was cleared out. I mean, that's going to be the problem for PaperX, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are gonna
哇，这位置没办法查，主要是已经知道后面一定来人了，那他们直接找一边推，找一边推的话，其实这个位置这样打就很难打了，我是个人是这样觉得啦。哇！架住，狙击架住。
Need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to it for now. RRQ though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Ooh.
Fair enough. Goes in for the repeak. He spots numbers in spades and he calls out for the team.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flash.
RQ 冲出来了。
And they will continue to overwhelm Jing.
哇 ，H 里走出来，哦，3连发有图纸，哇，差一点。是2周残血，一枪。啊，可惜，太可惜了。
To hit that shot that with that Marshall, take out Jemkin one-on-one, different scenario potentially. Lion share damage done by Jing. Feel like if he got that kill as well with the classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him. The agent that you see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special, better Jemkin better. Looking to see who's going to be the top duelist in this one, right?
这没办法，
Something falling a little bit.
被灌烂了都。
Stepping up in the previous map, carrying that over in towards this one. Now the bonus round for PaperX.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin up from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes him to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your team to come on over.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position, but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, off to the next. Petman up from
Petman 还得是你，哇，
Cushy nearly came away with a
还一
good
点点。
there. That would have been a sinister round for RRQ to find. Just one alive at the end for PRX too. Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really awkward for PRX too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Patman, scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack. I think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
push us to a map 5 maybe. Petman with the stability though. 3-2 stack.
Towards the A site now. Drone in early to back it on up as well. Monya to be sent on in. Device has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
眼接近了，打败这边没烟了，这没烟他们全部退 A 大，那很难打呢。这基本就是退 A 大了，你看，都全部都退出来了。
That lockdown makes things so awkward as well, doesn't it?
Oh, give up your life for the lockdown, but PRX will continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cool off because of that ult. Petman though finds elevation to take the lockdown away, stuns up from Anya.
我屌正，但是变成2打1了，蹦蹦跳跳。
Stars up as well. Takes down the first frag. And then for Petman to hold. Does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xfero knows, and he times it just
Oh
right.
my god.
Full clutch for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well, but it's the Rebel clutch from Xfero. Not using the grab well too early.
有他很认真哦，
Just the catch
不
first.
苟言笑，然后感谢 Ben 的追随
And。that resets PRX a little bit coming into this new rounds too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one, but nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info
Okay.
in
Oh.
A site.
看到你了，
Well, on the Phoenix, right?
静的火人。
So it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off.
哦，张神有他的秘制逃犯，
If you can try
看逃犯有没有料。
towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ
我好像是机器人哎，也不会动。
change up their own approach now as well, which if they continue this one, Quack.
Just checking out the back, and they've noted that PRX had pushed up before, so trying to work around that. But yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until
Yeah. Does have to play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin.
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been next? Oh no, yeah, he does have one.
哎，你看到手了吗？
Angle.
我好像军庆好像看到手了，
Oh, that's
看到那个他看到左边有手的样子。哎呦，
but he still
张
finds
神的 G，
Oh, almost the second.
拔刀。
It's enough for the blades to come out. 20
操
seconds and RQ needs to stick a plan.
哦，没操作到，
Something tried to,
我以为会操作到的。
but RQ denies it.
makes things really hard though. No blades, just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out from
哎呦，crazy 盖一点炮，
until the rest of
没办法
RQ
了。
just pulled down their
狙一个
mouse.
吗？
Forsake
可惜
HP will be
3-2-1同时拉，那这边是没办法的。
Marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now coming in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as PRX, right? You don't have the round count, you're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX, a little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
，Ace 爆气了，Ace 爆气了。
That's definitely a timeout coming out from Alex.
Yes. He's got to press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like.
Always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
Time out 啦，要开始敲桌了，桌子要准备好了。
We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken on Fracture for PRX. You're moving on to Split. It's Forsaken and Jing, right? Something getting up there as well, but it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, and there's members there already. A little bit of a wrong read in that scenario.
I mean, he's hungry, almost too hungry, starved for these moments. He hasn't found them. RRQ, meanwhile.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but PRX are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, PRX will find Xfero.
Something 直接受不了了，开推。
But still, the sight handed over onto RQ for Sacred.
被吃了，梦叶打败把握住了，3打2，
But Jemkin still alive, remember?
打最稳，哎呦，出去这是大小啊！我还好俊，第2拍出来补。
Gate crash, grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Defy is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the
打败，还得是你打败。
precise moment when Defy swings out at the right time.
Not really a crossfire that they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give PRX an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly too. You note at the end there in that 2 versus 1 that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate, can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1. You destroy a bit of the economy though as RRQ, you force them for a bit of a lesser buy, though they did win 2 thrifties.
哦，经典火人，哈哈，有没有？经典 A 点前压。
And PRX upwards into main.
但其实他们经济也不好哎，这个伞是怎样？但只能说 RQ 经济也不好，他虽然赢了这么多局，但经济一直人都倒太多了，这局只能一扣，然后半旗这样。
Good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive. You gotta judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team, but into the smokes, nothing really found. Cushy.
不许这边怎么打2个了？他边线这边打2个，他是 Art。 完了，然后这边控 B 就很尴尬。边线打完了，然后回 B， 哈哈。 哇，被 Cushy 这边打4个，超亏。
Masterclass at working the map. That's phenomenal from Cushy. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over in the A art side of things. I think we need to see how those ones did result with their knife out duels. He caught something. And then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode.
打2个超亏的，然后这边再打1个，那这边没救了。这边主力边就没得打了。
RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A, stay B. Cosmic Divide invested too. Let's just focus our head. We've got the round back. PRX absolutely shut down back onto the pistols yet again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Cushy being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
Yeah, PRX, all the pistols, but
Every
single PRX player down, and it's just for single left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round. RRQ just
没办法嘞，
single member and Jemkin.
那 Forsaken 啊，
He's already got the
看能打几把枪吧这个位置。
You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for RRQ here, but if you lose another member, you're
就
gonna.
刚好站一直线，你知道，就最后只能站一直线，那就没办法了。打一直线就那样了。哎，Forsaken，知道你这边还有一个黑波。
6-2, RRQ holding some good leads here. Some great shots coming on through. They can afford a couple of mistakes here and there for sure. But this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they're able to stave off another big gun round from PRX.
因为刚好站一直，因为他们想要找一边是弱边，刚好就这样推出去。那这边刚好是主力边，就没办法了。因为其实主力边本来就比较难打，我必须这样说。
See what they've got in store for us on this round. As mentioned, Jing still holding on to the runner back. 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again.
有闪假人，直接就要血一波哦。A， 好，蒙毅这边拉扯，这边很紧张，这边这打败位置就很尴尬，我还以为大招。哦，对，他被看到了。
Just disrespected into the site. Can establish a plant here as RRQ.
反大招，这大这包按不下去吧？哦，包被按了。啊，好死哦！3打3。3打3，3打3。哦，这个闪，哦，还好看。 那就被看了，我再看，对，我直接猜到底喽。对，拖时间。Forsaken， 永远可以相信你。Forsaken， 永远可以相信你。
Forsaken, trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that ends there when the dimensional drift is activated. Nice. He's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still towards this A side, a bit of a split through Art where there's going to be no info from PRX. They're going to have to try and have a point towards winning this main fight.
Precisely that. PRX hasn't really played this position, and that's why RRQ crazy guy.
哦，这个我看到听到很多人在打，拉吗？这个位置能拉吗？哦，有闪可以拉，对对，有闪可以反清。 有我拖这一拍。 哇，人都过了，要看伤心的视角吧？可以来个伤心吗？对，伤心被闪到。哦，有。我这人怎么办？你好，道具那么多，谁知道怎么打？
as Jemkin no out with 15 and crazy guy finds Jing.
Such support. It's the angles once again. RRQ a couple of
压住 Forsaken 还得是你，再给烟。哇 ，Kushi 这边有狙，架住了。贝勒妹这个顶级身法蹲下，有这个包可以碰。还得是你打败。
Kalish Society clutching up for PRX.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something. Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos, make him a little bit hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from PRX. They will have to contend with yet another investment of RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
And hopefully if you're a PRX fan, that might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Pushing up again. It's gonna be
看到了，
the off, and then
哎，
ball. Look at
哦，
this. Flashes for flashes and Jet
好闪！
completely stunned and dazed.
我刚刚真是好闪因为他刚真的是有 timing 差 ，jump pick，jump pick， 非常好 jump pick， 只漏了一颗小头，对面根本打不到。W Gaming 真的是 W Gaming。
They're not close to really anything else bar Xfaro needing to find 2 picks, 2 ulti points. So this was a much needed round for PRX.
Yeah, if you're PRX, I mean, you're happy to play the next round a little bit slower. That's why this push up A main was just so
高调这边怎么打？不知道怎么打，只能宝枪喽。
We've seen multiple
对
ultimates
付
for Jing now already in this first half as well. He's able to possibly pull off yet another in the next round.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for RRQ too. Are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far. Over on Fracture, that, well, it was 13-2. You had 2 rounds on defense, and that was it. And then your split as well, 4 rounds. The lion's share, well, 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder,
boom, boom.
are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's definitely something to consider.
哎呦，
There are a lot of support fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards trajectory, well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh, boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shot.
这个trận，哎呦，熬住了，当心
Something in with another angle being held as well, and all of a
W
sudden,
Gaming
crazy guy left alone in the cold.
这就是我们要的 W Gaming。
It's Xfaro who has to find more.
And noted too.
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman will pick up that tied up score.
Trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody
Watch
that
this!
they need to be narrow focused on those
Wow.
pushes again for PRX. You've only really got one angle
No.
launch when you're stampeding up through the main like that.
Nice.
Tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row.
对啊，有像赶快下班的模式哦。
Alex will be, you know, happier now. As opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I just want to clarify, right? Well, we do see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the actual calls and timeouts himself, he doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl, RRQ, looking for a possible second map win because the upcoming ones just never quite know what to expect. PRX so far though with
很紧张这一把，
found 4 rounds in a row.
但主要是都有门票了，就是其实看起比较像是在享受比赛的感觉，不会像是前几天那个打门票、打季后赛那样比较紧张。就我觉得今天就还好，就是比较像是来看比赛的感觉。对啊。
looking elsewhere around the map, giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need to reposition. And now Gate crashed out of there.
Info found, and rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across, Forsaken possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick though. Remember, on the neon, can sprint on over quickly.
And I'll tell you what is just as quick. It's going to be PRX with the double duelist, looking for some space.
Double duelist,
found yet. It's
下次
who's hiding inside, but the
哦
shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and
看这夜路是傻小，这样可以。我 second 这个家 ，Batman 这个家只要必须要有你。
It's just crazy guy left.
And they saw where those salvos came from too.
Know exactly.
这个家没有你们会散耶，真的。
Do they push up though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy to contend with until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners, hugging the walls.
Forsaken.
More precise. Yeah. Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A main control. If no one of PRX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it? A blaze wall as well that you've got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage.
怎么一转圈啊？
Trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PRX again at the right position.
有感觉 Myfic 他们也是很紧张的，受不了了。
Especially back hall when you consider it's Jing with
哇，不想带了，
continuously
认真看比赛。
keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round, then you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run in the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, let's just plan open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and throw caution to the wind.
这把很紧张哎，不得不说。
Spike, you know, standard anti-eco things when you don't go for a bit of a force fight. So little by little, PRX will creep in towards this B site, but there, bits of utility there. Go for the plant, and then let's just see what RRQ have for us. If anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
He's hungry, but...
Once again, it's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first.
哇！
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No,
2
He's too low. Sure.
还敢再操作吗？上 C。
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so
I'm sad.
there we go. Everybody got
打烂，上 C
farewell, captain.
想继续操作的，
8 to 6.
强啊上 C。
Still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ.
Q
If they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights that go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Teho as well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astrostar utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from PRX.
And you take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner.
Thanks, C.
Duelist picks it up.
And finally, there's a bit of a difference, right? It's something actually winning the duel this time.
Possibly more space in the B site. You do have Cushy, who has been on a hot streak on the other end, though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked up by the Hawk.
性别
That's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
小身位，小身位。
Spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, PRX able to refill space for a
打车
flank.
Noted by the turret though.
有火
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much
Jing.
cover. Jing though with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as
It's
well.
not planted for him. He can just hold it.
1-2-1.
Forsaken.
He has to run through, but he doesn't have
完了
time. Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round being picked up.
这个包谁下的？
So no one surviving
这个
RRQ,
包
but they at least will
娘
win
喂，
the round, get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as
这个
well.
包就过分了，
The
真的。
scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open.
这个包下了怎么办？没办法。
From Forsaken, he didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planning for it.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it
这个
comes
包
down
完
to
全没
how
办
much
法
do you
啊。
have left in the tank, and RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so
Let's keep going.
just have a level head, recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to take a knee come this next round.
Meanwhile, PRX possibly looking to go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump peek.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time? It's very common. Jemkin's now going to give it to him, and he doesn't know. He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as PRX still prioritizing this A site by the timing as well. Something is going to get out of a sticky situation.
Come on, let's go.
It's okay. You'll scope out all of this site. You'll get free territory.
全部跑，全部跑。
That's the PRX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off something, pulls off just as soon as the team gets to site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding off towards the back.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols, and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially.
边好像要被炸死了 ，RQ 这边这5个人不动，或者是不动，打最稳。
Lose your life to the explosion.
That affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade and a rifle.
全部大数。
Yeah, that'll help balance the numbers just a small bit for RRQ. You know, one weapon that you can take away from that will mean, you know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
感觉可以先吃点饭，你们怎么看？
They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But
Bonus round.
So you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
两边现在都很紧张哦，两边都不想这么早回家。
We've got a full gun round here, and my real question for RRQ is
干他妈就等下，让你们从最早看来发现，干这人怎么一直在吃东西？
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their
哦，我
chest
说我受不了，我想吃东西了。
Some slight aim control. Jemkin with the goods.
Yeah, that's great. That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PRX to have a different approach.
哎呦，靠腰，
Approach it will be with Forsaken trying
这
to
是晕头被挡到
put
了。
pressure around the back of B Link.
I don't mind this actually from RRQ.
我去看一下灯好啊。
Take over at the B site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can
我
buy
想
time with a nice popped nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
这样子打
Anticipate
算
the
要准备吃东西
nightfall
了
as。well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it.
直接进点，要打个4打5的回防。
Opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
It comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw.
哦，开罐，这个包，但现在没有疯狂标点，没那么好灌。哦，来！
Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look!
Oh!
But the airstrafes down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that he
something
on his side. Great mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off.
这是短管的神。好呀，我在吃东西哦。没有，因为我真的想收干哦，我想要比较身临其境，然后。 我又想吃东西，然后算了，我就肉一肉。
do manage to get the plant, but they bring a little bit of stability to them.
这个
Still that 4 versus 5.
哈克凯肉其实也蛮强的，我觉得。而且救了蛮多局啊。要喊暂停啊！现在快10。
I'd like to take a poke and kind of wonder about some of the plays.
感谢你们支持。
Because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the
给你们这个。
In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it, and without the information, without the drones or the haunts, there's a slight difference. And PRX have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster, it's not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence. Right, we're switching control. We're switching a couple of agents in there, right, between the Neon or between the KO, and changing who's playing what role. It feels like RRQ on Pearl. It's still not looking the greatest, and in this sort of scenario as well, are you gonna have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, for PRX, this gap just gets wider and wider. In towards A main control now.
I like the initiative, at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up an ulti orb there for Jemkin. Alpha Monyet, you're both 1 away now from the ults. You'll pick that up with
打败，去啊，打败。
now as well.
OK， 再吃一口。
Pistols again for the defenders, just playing to the numbers as PRX.
Well, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of PRX, both hiding inside the smoke.
再吃2口。
PRX though. Doing their due diligence, they check it. It's a second kill though, and look at that! Relay bolt into the B! Monyet up for a triple! Maybe the quad until Divide!
但是3连发有图纸啊！
Hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well.
是的，
Even though you have the
是烧肉吧，然后有花椰菜、高丽菜、豆干、海带。
Lockdown for Kushi. It's going to force them into a little bit of an open
对
scenario.
对对，那不是海带，是黑木耳。干这三角啦！他妈也有图纸是不是啊？110吧，我记得这一餐110。对，哇，好紧张。 是，你要去看回放，干这傻小啦！那我快受不了喽。啊，这酷奇22傻小了，然后你看这个，这个是傻小。3连发1，看3连发的厨师。我想说，这3连发的厨师就没办法，真的。
What a round!
I did all the heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. PRX though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact, turning up the heat right now, aren't they? Straight up through the guts of mid, through towards Art, towards the A side with a bit of a split.
Oh
no, something! He's missed the ball!
Something!
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless. Looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now.
张队长自己先去捡一下枪，对，你先捡一下。哦，哎，这边3杀。
Completely confounding RRQ,
and you can't do
应该宝箱啊。
as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change.
Oh my god!
Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Right in your face.
是个破百的便当啊。
Don't get me wrong.
但感觉还行啊，以北部的物价来说。
Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PRX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that.
然后我妈肚子饿了，但现在6点半。
For sure, and I mean they had such amount of time where they were looking out.
干嘛啊，妹妹？
But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from PRX for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's molly, catching them off guard, yeah.
That was a true and blue W gaming
哦，
round come
好
up.
闪配好人。
Batman, he's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A timeout by Coach Ewok and Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver
朋友可和暂停了。
in this moment, because this is something that they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early A main information, for example, any team is seeing, well, they're putting 3 numbers there, let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site. It just plays in towards PRX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now. So we really need to see some change.
要知道参与的，靠腰。
RRQ on the back of that time out there. Need to see 2 rounds in a row, right?
Time for a field test.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning, they're over at B, and you have to see that cheater rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early.
Oh!
Great lurk.
Oh, they good!
Smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there. Unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. PRX has been doing this.
哦，这大招
Because
很压迫对手哦。
now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru.
哇，这没办法了。
Spotted out because there is a flurry
哇
of utility out from the back.
那没事有下个包，
Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Spike
Rough for
planted.
something though if he sticks here.
毕竟有拖到时间啦，往好处想。
In with the
嗯，
nightfall.
要找到边推。
Well, it's the dimensional drift, so you do mark Jemkin somewhat, but you mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though.
就是买一个商顶作为一个金子，看能不能抓开命。
Might not be aware. They are
哦
thinking to check.
三管可以，
It just reveals all.
没商顶不要倒，打对稳。
And in towards
哦
Jemkin alongside Xpharaoh.
Gravity well, already used.
And that's just then
不，对商顶，别皮，真的求你了。
to the best of his ability, sticking down the spike to halfway now.
哇，可以。
Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xpharaoh sticking it all the way through, down to the final 0.3 second. RRQ finds a lifeline.
Literally the difference for something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak
挡到那个
for a
镜头。
situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he
0.03。
needed to deliver nearly everything. But Xpharaoh gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know
Oh
they
my
need to
God.
focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the smoke. Couple of sprays through, and RRQ just trying to regain control. PRX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You got the sight. You might be able to stick the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend it at the moment? Sting is close. Okay.
Oh, it's not going to work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams. You got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the back site. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full spams. Monyet, how do you like them apples?
看开局了。
Oh,
嗯，
good round from RRQ. Needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why main control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defense.
超紧张的这一把。
Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control. but a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized now. An entrapment towards B long. Great opening engagements. Jemkin, Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed. What a call by Crazy Guy, or just the entire team as a whole. Just as soon as the round rips off, a clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine?
人家那一分掉了，好亏哦，感觉气不对了。我真的感觉气不对啊。
Well, not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Cushy's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible.
可以让我大叫一下吗
？Fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well, we've got numbers. We'll just trade you.
They're just holding the angles now. Forsaken, though, snuck all the way through the back. If the timing is right, he might be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks. He gets the fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek. Sparrow just puts up a huge wall, and Petman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there, unfortunately, and catch him when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the nth hour of this map. Feels like RRQ might have found the right recipe for this defensive side in a book hidden deep in that shelf.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand. Map
不太对劲啊，只能这样说。
PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost. I mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for.
情况不太对，给我第六感，情况真的不太对，应该很暂停了。我们教练要开始说话，开始要指挥他们了。他要指挥这群。他们什么？小孩是不是？我记得 Alex 教练都说他们是小孩。
Trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ.
妈，我不说我有在直播哎，在吃东西。
PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. Just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to.
他们有多紧张？我现在是多么去哦！ 我准备好再下一张图，再努力看了。
They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not, right? You're a little bit lesser equipped. You don't have the Blade Storm, for example, for something. You do have Jing 1 away from the run it back yet again. But I'm seeing, you know,
let's go!
Dimensional drift and a judge in mid doors.
哇！
It just does its thing. The prowler was there for.
有防到你啊，判官！干，是破墙，操！
And it's going to be PRX reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility.
这终究是霓虹图吗？
A deeper nebula, you force your opponents to respect that one. Now you get the information by the alarm bot that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a dimensional drift to scope that one out.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team.
爆弹一波。
Cosmic divide to block off back sight.
哇！农业袭击。
Just waste the time on this cosmic divide. Start to go for the plan.
哇！灌死了哇！
A perfect skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt and something sticks it.
哇，5打3，那就刚哎呦，没有找人打吧？戴面具哦。哇！
The shots, the dimensional drift, it susses out all. Intelligence has been found, and RRQ will take another round.
More importantly, they're going to take map point here. That means that they, on this map, for pretty much the first time since the very beginning stages of the first half, will reclaim the lead.
哇，2把比分都好接近哦，就差那么一点。
taken by the spams, not able to off-put Cushy's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant and all the information from that dimensional as well. Working a treat.
有打自己老队友，好像打得很兴奋哦。
It gets scary now as well, right? When you consider the Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get on yet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is with him too, and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well, and it's RRQ finding advantage. Defy, though, trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it back.
哦 ，Patman 这个位置可以很神秘。他如果刚好走过去就赢了。
This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it right now. That's a massive duel for Patman to win.
Hopped up over, looks for the flick, but it's Jimkin that comes up with it instead. 4 HP though. How long PRX might be able to push us into overtime? Jing now with the space. You've got being played by Defy as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How can Cushy possibly? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact.
可以 ，OT， 还能看 ，OT， 我们 OT 帮来了，好紧张啊！好心脏哦。
early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades upon trades. The hot hands try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Petman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flowers.
好紧张，Jing， 爱的是 Jing。哦。
Exactly. I mean, if you play by the book, but Patman doesn't do that. So
another overtime.
OT1. Here we go again. Pressure mounting. I hear the cattle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ. Slow march up B.
Oh, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members.
这个汤现在已经喝不下去了。
Going back to tried and tested.
啊，我再喝个一口。
Control, play on the stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar.
Forsaken， 哎呦 ，Forsaken， 有80。
He's just played.
Forsaken， 现在都不买判官。
The rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid. They gotta watch out for the flank.
哦。
Coming through, and it's just Petman able to find one trade. Cushy might have been dealt with, but how do you lead? Spearhead a 2v4. The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot.
Wow.
Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought.
Petman, 拜托。
Spams out from pillar. You've got Jimkin all the way towards the back as well. And he
Jimkin
uses elevation to bring this to a 3v1 Defy. Not able to find the burst necessary.
这个没办法。
Once again, take up the first OT round.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down.
这个没办法。
Coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Cushy delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
I mean, since when have you expected Cushy to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RQ on the defense.
哦，商店买好金子户了。
Complete the run. PRX. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main for going together as a team.
感觉乐色车快冲进来了，我等一下要得冲下去了。
Did the drone spot 2 members? Keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin too. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs. The opening duel, but the timing, the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing.
这感觉让我会死哎！不行，我要走，拜拜。
Yeah, he's just gonna dry walk into it. Gotta be aware, but no.
兄弟们，等下帮我看一下。
And the damage is felt. Something tries to re-peek into it.
You've got 4 smokes as Devi, and you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds.
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Jemkin, Cushy, up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. PRX desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations necessary to propel themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another overtime victory to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents. Another new look to what they deploy in this time, in this installment of the map. And now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one map to then have a rematch against Gen G for the best.
Nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the elimination. And what a rivalry that is. The map
如果完了所有人就不见了。
wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think. Both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19.
就完了，就不见了呢。
Then the 4
rounds
in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly.
For RRQ.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, crazy guy with calls where they suddenly pushed up B. Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
我一回来怎么就没啦？
Definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest
这没办法呢。
in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games. And if I'm PRX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PRX across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions have been made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monnier on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you
怎么结局会是这样？
to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same
哇
time.
It's why
哇
this trade is so
哇！
exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close, like that one round with that diffuse point 0-3.
0-0-3.
And you saw
我两张都好可惜
just
哦。
accept whatever
这样的话 ，EWC 那个石油杯是不是？
Yeah, he
哦，
was
石油杯要
so
从
excited
预选开始打，
just
这样的话，
please, whatever
哇，
happens,
那就麻
right?
烦了。
But it's that factor of
因为7月还是有
RRQ
石油杯啊，
special, and that has also
石油杯
contributed
打
to
很快。
making it this far.
Yeah, I mean,
但我不确定石油杯我能不能播
it's so great to see from
那
RRQ
7月
the
是
switch
到
the
时候再
switch
问。
one, right? It looks like a different team, and I mean, have to say very, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is, so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then of course the bonus round we can see them send it in, try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B-push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out. Get into the backside of Pauls and see absolutely everything. The site starts to clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well, and mechanically he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Soba. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Soba in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor, the way he was just walking up art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you could just fight with everything. Everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, this is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah,
好可惜啊！哇，31杀！
a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on
但有点就没办法，我觉
they
得。
set up the KJ there, maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who is also that rookie.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really, really stepping up in the way he's able to play, and you know, to come alive in these big best of 5s, to really hard carry your team like that. You know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals. Yeah. One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very confident in the map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way way that Omen plays, much more natural fitting to their style, where RRQ we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for Stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the fourth map here. At the same time, Genji might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last three maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think of course, it's these two teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds that where it gets like, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win. Yeah. They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As a T1 fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I all of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both PaperX and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox, so don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific Stage 1 lower final, where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our 4th map of the day, Icebox. Potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo and Jet for Jemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper, where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very different role. Over on the side of PaperX, exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PaperX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PaperX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PaperX are going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map. And Monyet is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Xpharaoh looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting down pretty soon. Divine with the turret up, checks towards the back, hears some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of PaperX still able to march up front.
He did get one tag too, onto Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto which Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone. So entirety PaperX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PaperX yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, PaperX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. So currently ahead of the curve on that one. And if history is going to stay in continuation, they probably won't see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol round, right? And well, if you're PaperX being PaperXing, what is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round, though.
No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been
比赛已经回来了。
Jemkin, courtesy of
Forsaken 有辱吗？
So you want to see
没有 Forsaken 的说法。
chunk of damage here against
这左边 RQ 是玩新版的阵容，就是带吼的；右边还是玩自己擅长的那一套阶梯，然后书法 Omen。对，
But a lot of recognition from the side of PaperX as well.
看是 main 角流还是新版本流啊？
By mid, so Xpharaoh's gone, and also possible outlaw plays. PaperX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy will just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. This
RRQ?
though for PaperX, you know, you don't want to see them just
RQ?
do things.
Moi
Be
Q?
quite patiently. Wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Big salvos, PaperX pulling all the rotations
Yeah, they've
over.
All the
completely
rotation.
left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down, but is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play, salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight
呀，他应该还能玩吧，我感觉。
maybe a bit of
然后这包是先
with the
给他们，
currently, but he's
我们打回方，我们标题我们打回方。
Just the classic, so let's see what happens.
把镜头弄倒。
We're running in, we're chasing in. We've got
我商品冲出来了，大家
do much.
别人海战术。
Was he spotted by the tart?
He shot it because
不错，从这个视角看，全部冲出来。
And in the round pipes, fortunately, RRQ not able to hold it off for too long. You've used the third to salve a refresh.
对啦，打败 OK 2比0，比赛还能看。现在看 LS 很紧张，他们脸色很凝重。
No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at and position noted.
他们脸色很凝重哦，现在。
PRX who have just had to go through 2 maps of overtime and lose 2 maps of overtime.
也没有到11差距很大吧，就比分都很接近啊，比分都很接近，2把都是进 OT， 进了下面2，对，这样，2把都进 OT 啊，你不能说实力不接近，真的是棋差1注。 有很多关键的回合没有把握到的话，Jin King 这边也是够狠，然后这把淘汰没怎么用，为什么呢？因为全部都是哇电死了 ，Pinocchio 这个直接电死。
Eventually from Patman, he can just sit himself in their spawn and watch for this one.
这个直接电死。
They have to try and push the bodies back.
The only way out is up.
Snakebite already noting on towards something's position. He's stuck. He doesn't. Tailwind available.
几滴血啊？3滴血。然后 Patman 这个位置很神秘，他好像被看到了吗？我觉得对面有在防他感觉 Patman 是漏了。 有防吗？还是没防？我也不知道。我感觉他有架他。有架，但不多，或是真的有架。噔噔。 哦， Patman 这个位置这么好的，把边线卡死了，正面没架住。这个烟不能出，位置出烟太烈了。哇，挖刀，可惜了。
That's a scenario as well where PRX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the side itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site, something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double 2, they're not able to get the trades.
不对劲。
From PRX there, but a big...
隔壁越开心，我呢就越难过，感觉到了吗？
Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though. Got to wait out for this orb. Dash across with a good flash. Force PRX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angles possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find?
被狙到了。
Jet doing jet things and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PRX out of position, but no chance to use it for now.
还有大招。
Sets it off by yellow. And it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down.
Monyet 完了，还有火，还有毒，50%，那没了。连毒兽兵都没。波烂，Monyet 是不是太过分了？
He gets into PRX's minds. The Red Bull clutch bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You got to be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well for RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Divide, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still
不太对劲。
relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that you were looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not?
看伤停的拔刀吧，看他能不能直接咻，不能就没办法了。
The drawing board for RRQ, the silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well. Oh, but the swings wasn't great. Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
一个
And now they're locked down as well.
5打3的局，4打3，这把要开大吗？2个大招，3个大招嘞！哎呦，可以，有，那可以。
Still coming up with one singular kill onto the ship.
好电！
Shock dart will finish off Monyet. Just Sparrow in a 1v3. And PRX will
可以，有3个大招换一局，赚，因为这把是没起枪的，那经济又好起来了。
Anything you can do, I can do better. A thrifty round going the way of PRX, taking a page out of RRQ's book when they needed it the most.
这经济还能玩。
So round back to PRX. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Blade Storm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, not nothing.
还能起舞。
With the Sheriff of Patman doing enough damage for the shock dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3.
Let's go!
Have the investment of 3 ults there from
Okay, let's go.
Only just around on the board, getting it towards the reset territory of RRQ to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own though. Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the off now all of a sudden, but that 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he got it too.
哇，小手手，
Jemkin down in this
小手手
battle.
Think it's great recognition.
，You are powerless。
Cushy
有
though. Just thinking of
换个人玩凯咒感觉不太一样。这个
however, have snuck
RQ 那个上把玩凯咒，现在跑去玩那个
So you can sneak past.
凯欧了。
Has to be aware.
那这个大招是怎样？开了没用啊？他开了又没进点，
Playing the back angle,
这样
just
开爽是不是下对面？
not a single piece
哦，骗到了，
something. Oh, with the Viper's
飞机盖哇！
happened to recognize it.
飞机盖很衰啊！
Earlier and the null command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get res too. So this is where things become really awkward.
Ooh.
Pushy down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the
Ooh.
open. That's the Viper gone.
Hitman 直接抓你
Picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xpharaoh, 30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over onto the A site.
It's the mind games right now, isn't he? What can you do? How do you toy with them? But you really can't.
If you're PRX, you don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him,
And no problems here. Jing with the huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
he would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially playing in the open where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant. You win the rounds, kill him, you win the rounds. That duel, most importantly, on a crazy guy before the pit just is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really quick
Ooh.
between something and Jemkin. Jemkin was 1 away from the ult orb. I mean, that's exactly why something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PRX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Indeed. Still though, half buys up for RQ now.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall. But have you bought enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. And it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like
Ooh.
was talking about, as soon as
帅啊
the
，PRX。
lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by PRX.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, and all of the jewels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just to be able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ are going to be deploying a timeout.
PRX keeping things somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages, and then they've lost the advantages, and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PRX, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. Well, what I'm saying is, Komodo, you know, one kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as RRQ to put your standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that PRX can almost get free of charge, changing it up with the pit towards the A site. Something, had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone, now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea that they've begun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up, enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the site of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the plant still goes through. That said, though, got to watch out for this potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up top.
Oh, he's stuck on him.
Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist. And this time, Jemkin deals...
Ooh.
Off to the end, though. It's going to be PRX now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against PRX.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon. You're just not able to get through that one, unfortunately, there as Forsaken. So you'll cop a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jemkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. And you got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3. So the fact that through the snake bite, Monyet finds one as well, really important. Just making sure that RRQ are holding these jewels where they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to PRX. You want to start to see that build up nicely for RRQ here. Try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
It's getting close to it. Well, something buying up the op again.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy that drone as Patman. So it's a good change up, but similarly, Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloudburst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from PRX.
3比5啊
Removing Crazy Guy from the situation if possible. Batman's got a lot to do by himself here at B.
That's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's finding himself
Ooh,
in a position. However,
而且是你啊 Pentaman
you're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a 3rd. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
Yeah.
Xfero, though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around, that's a 3rd, a 4th! Petman! What are you
Man.
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PRX needed it. I thought that when he got the first two, he was going to snake spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location. And he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from the get. And we've got Cushy.
Let's go.
Everybody's elevated.
Let's
today.
go.
Thankfully, he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and PRX will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RQ right now.
Hold on.
Okay.
We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line, and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless,
伤心的 G 永远可以相信。
In with the tailwind as well.
Whoa.
He finds the second kill. Crazy guy still desperately looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, PRX have hovered around the site now. Another player being out thanks to the one way.
看到你的脚脚喽。
Crazy guy. He's got a Vandal though. Can he find the kill?
2打1，
Gets the first, but Jing with the
永远可以相信伤心的 GG， 永远 forever。
allows him to slip back around the backside. A crazy guy
也玩欧本，现在大家都打烟味耶。
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit manic there. Finding the two sheriff shots and then the third one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to look a bit better for PRX. You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You look at your hands, you start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in our hands, and I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PRX don't show any signs of truly slowing down.
No.
At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. RQ trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them, but maybe the conductor
单杠
has regained
7，
control. Important
有
situation for RRQ. Get another round
RRQ
on the board quickly in towards the A side.
哦
Still good for one.
打败
Forsaken here as well as
关键 something。
Once again, off from rafters, right off the get-go. And
Crazy guy，
this whole
来跑路哦，你不知道已经有人架好你喽。
But it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PRX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're gonna have a bad day at the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up. And Crazy Guy is... When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to RRQ if they do decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3
压住 something G，
He will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clark. Hunter's Fury lockdown for PRX. Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Monyet being one away will be more likely in picking that up. Or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Monyet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're
3杠8会不会39呢？39克死。
That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post plant plays. PRX though with their ultimates exactly.
这个剑
Just able to
打了，知道近点啊。
He spots out the first and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the lockdown. He goes
Forsaken 哦，他有 Q，
Lockdown here and then going for a kill.
差点 Forsaken 一剑双杀。
And you've now removed salvos and Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Petman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure out from behind. Something then just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love that adaptation from PRX. Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown. We want to have our numbers and our strong abilities to actually have
39
more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in. Make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant. Couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trades with the team. Have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PRX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the game against Gen G, for example,
39.
cast your mind back a little bit further. The game against DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see if they can bring that one back.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look,
I see where you're going.
We could have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every
决战第5章吗？感觉有像，我感觉有今天会像决战第5章。
to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about though? If the 5 players playing, I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff
Uncomfortable.
from China in a stage cosplay. But back into the game. And it is PRX against RQ. RQ, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache, though, when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Oh!
Yeah, both
大推，
separated apart, and it's
当时你知道这边被推了，加速！
singular frag.
哇，没事没事，还有一只，很赚，变成3打3。
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Patman. Are they aware of this one? I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Cushy a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though, up around yellow. He gets discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right timing.
And it's the kill.
Patman，Patman，
silenced.
哦 ，Patman 在证明自己的身价。
The only one left, and he's opting to go through kitchen. Patman's still in position, so
can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients right now? Nothing found.
Let's go, PRX.
Foraging instead, 10-3. PRX might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them at this series, and maybe so more needed to push us into that 5th and final map for this one in Ascent. A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit is going to look like for RRQ if they decide that they need to force into the next round. I mean, there's no, you know, plant that goes down to PRX. There's no real damage that comes through from RRQ. So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. PRX trying to send out some bombardinos. Finds the first one. Divide to push off of the toxic screen as well.
左上公布栏要人查。
Of course, with the position so far, RQ not truly able to find out.
最后一只，还是这就是冲锋枪。不。
PRX are still able to deliver.
Yeah, there was a Spectre in front of something there, but fist bumping the boys, so didn't pick that one up. Got to be back down onto the Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ. Down to a Bulldog 4 crazy guy. Almost feel like they have to cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. PRX feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot. No, Patman's position.
哦，飞机盖，哦呦，
感觉现在
RRQ 才是进攻方，他超急的，这边怎么打这么急啊？打超急的。4打2，我俊，王爷过第一关，你还有3关要过。我有看到你了。哦，这 Patman 打超稳的。我差一点，他的 popping 成功。
Be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack. 1v1 Strice over could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going PaperX's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more awakened on this map of Icebox at the moment.
PaperX!
A bit of a big takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here.
不要讲什么妹妹。
So we just further
我不知道讲什么。
potentially with this timeout to come through from RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
It's gonna take a whole lot though. Nonetheless, they've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off not too hot. I mean, you've had 2 OT wins.
Look at it from the outside,
2
right?
OT wins.
2 OT wins for RRQ, where PaperX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map, potentially 13-3.
You take those. Also smiles across the board for PaperX.
Well, you'd hope so. You just hope that they don't falter here and it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PaperX to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now
a little scary.
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still
哦，这个剑，
looking for whatever possible advantage
这
they
剑
can
是
find.
直接炮逼的剑。我觉得 RRQ 被骗到了哦。
A little bit earlier, change of pace, flash drive in. P can see that no one's home, no turret watching the normal cross, so you get an
一拍收机器人，查完了，哎，你们这边很逼，RQ 表示很逼，这个兄弟们，他们 PaperX 只是打逼的。
Decent buys, crazy guy close to an alt.
哦，已经听到有人进来了，应该在等第2拍的烟下包。哦，哎，他怎么没架到啊？哎呦，披风，这个披风没打到，披风没打到，真的有点尴尬喽。这个剑，哎，不，Forsaken 表示我才是决斗者，我的先锋。 第5单图 ，It's coming。
With a 13-3 scoreline, ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series.
That's just a commanding victory to come through from PaperX, isn't it? On this map, a much
永远相信
better cohesive look for them, and just time and time again, RRQ backwards and forwards with guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PaperX this time in this map. The pistols and the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of the eventual 13. But my oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who
古武剑，兄弟们。
knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PaperX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand?
我准备好最好的状态了，等一下就是要1分就开始叫，然后拿1分就开始要欢呼了。
This is the VCT Pacific Lower Finals. This is Valorant, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
back to Ascent indeed, because we are going to a map 5. The score is tied 2-2 between RRQ and PRX. And you just look at that score line there. PRX, they are on a roll. I think this is really more of what how PRX snowball and how they steamroll most teams rather than what RRQ did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like PRX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ have barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some, I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for PRX. So it really feels like when PRX is locking in, they're proving they're kind of the better team of these two. Icebox definitely not going the way that RRQ would have wanted, and PRX really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again.
Yeah.
RRQ didn't even start the play. The only rounds they got across the board really were those big individual moments like we saw Monyet light up to get those clutches. But past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say, I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this comp, to be honest.
Ooh, it's coming.
I haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something like that. Maybe Xfero on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. But PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in, like, the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where, for me, it seems like all of PRX are on almost all the time. But for RRQ, they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2. They needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3. And if no one stands up and goes, okay, guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where this game plan was, because again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi Walk said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing up kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like, we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think something a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this first of all though is you see a timeout come out here for RRQ. It actually allows PRX to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on this map from Jing, but you could see Pit over on the A side, and RRQ at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them. When they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
And I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the op, which is something he's been so routinely good at. So it gives them the option for aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, I think for a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map, and it's right, you don't. But it's like, if you're going to play Jet, if you're going to play a duelist, it's for this. It's so you can get this op going, you can dash away when you need to, you can abuse verticality, and when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin as a duelist is, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump, have good movement and things like that, and that just slows down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have, and really, really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PRX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PRX right now, but RRQ, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on Ascent to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it, and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PRX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp. But again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a side or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PRX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PRX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this, on finals. They are veterans on that final stage. And for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PRX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful for that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. Really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
And this is what it all comes down
可惜没有什么战歌响起之类的。
But destiny arrives all the same, down to Ascent where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today. With an extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well. But Well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ their first?
PRX 无敌。
PRX kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something. He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet though, then to hold, especially.
5意境空岛。
around here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it'll
拜
be
托了。
worth its weight in gold to test towards Divine now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to nail every single shot as they
哦，
push on over from lane. He does get some
这边4打5，直接想要冲进
Yeah,
去。
you can see really in the back lanes as well.
嘟嘟嘟嘟
Crazy
嘟
guy that
嘟
is
嘟嘟嘟
holding down
嘟。
spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least,
PRX 无敌 ，PRX 无敌。
set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet. He's
芒叶的烟完了，芒叶最强的这最强的位置来了，
his way around the smokes.
来了，芒叶最会玩的位置。
Forsaken, trying to work his way around the smoke. Hunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through.
Forsaken 一只，哎 ，Forsaken， 哇，
Unfortunately, not a third.
技能1打3吗？
13
感觉
HP.
是没办法1打3，这个位置比较尴尬。拜托拜托拜托！
He will still continue to hold though, possibly to allow them to
Wow.
expire into the spike, find more alt
这
points.
哇
There it is, but the pistol round.
手枪举掉了，
Yeah, that's
还能
what
起舞吗？
Right, the fact that something loses his life really early on,
拜托了
and he's not able to play
Boom,
the
boom,
corner
boom,
or even get
boom,
the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Devi's utility, who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see
哦呦哦呦，
Vice on this map, he's gone
这
back
个
towards
酷许好像真的很猛
as
哎
a，whole. RRQ had a lot more.
我看他这样叮叮
on
叮，
this map, you know, against Nongshim, against
我
Talon.
这边没办法。
They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't
Secret
in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way.
架住吗？伤醒，有伤醒这神秘的逃犯，
Outlaw is going to be
有哦，
real dirty with it.
看到他枪了，
Of Forsaken.
就很怕是
Might not have
我
seen
这
too
边
much though.
一大帮他架，
Jemkin with the gate
爸爸
crash as well, just continues
黑小帮他架，想说 A 小帮他架，
something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be
哦
aware of
也踩出来吗？
no
Monyet,
Senti
心很大哦
for it? It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
it's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fight,
Ooh.
and he will be victorious against Patman.
我伤醒，
The outlaw though.
伤心酒店，
Can he get it?
好啊，
He's looking at the
跑
right
掉吗？
location. Oh, just the timing.
哦
on the
，timing，best timing，
Players
他可能就把约会放过去，
You know RQ
有，他有听到，他有听到，
B.
Yeah, but the
有
really late flank
他这边有听到，他这边有扣队友，
So passive for the salvos if needed. Oh my, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time
这墙要打掉，对对对对，
The door shut as well, just buys further time.
哇 ，Forsaken，
Flank this
这没办法，这人太慢了，
it's just going to play with your mind.
这个 Crazy Guy 超慢的进
And，later into the map.
compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin. just
King King
walks
这边
up
真的
the
是
lanes
打
now,
超慢
Sarah as
哦，
well, and that ghost. And something might have brought up the
哇，
outlaw,
可
but
惜
it's not
这个是没办法的，
find too much
有
on
咯，
him.
还有逃犯可以耍啊，
Dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken.
你说的对，这就是逃犯。
He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we will be waiting to see coming towards something's hands. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the judge instead.
Yeah, it's
Playing it
immediately
close.
开跑，
immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the
有
A
机
side.
器人
Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash
这边要
break,
走机器人了
they got one flash drive, 0 point to remove
这
ability.
哎呦哎呦，
Scan.
好刀，
Wait for the 8 seconds of
直接
suppression
断了
to
3
fade
个
away, and then maybe we do
有
even
查到
see
3个，还把这机器人断掉
a
了，
bit of a faster play.
用
They still do
这
have
免费的
the
技能
full
换了
self-defense
这么多
throw,
技能，
dart
还有
for
这么多
Jing.
情报，赚
Choose
赚烂了
to
都。
intel. Flash for Jing, but
He's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play when you're on a bonus, but gonna think better of it. RRQ.
RRQ
Time with it. And This is why as PRX, you're also possibly thinking about crazy
RRQ.
the lurk again. I mean, that's why.
啊啦啦啦啦
See
啦
this
啦！
utility come through towards mid, and you know as PRX that you got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear, and this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and something.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the
相信，哇！
being able to bring
然后否这个判官，哎嘿，这个我也熟，因为我也很喜欢站这里，我也超喜欢站这里。
into the site. I'm Petman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns.
这个包下直接进船屋，拖时间。他们不知道欧盟在这，要准备喊3个同时禁烟，3个一起禁。不，被裸了。啊，船屋是最烦的位置。啊！
RRQ with the bonus.
Yeah, there's a bit of disconnection from PRX. It feels like there when you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to stay.
这有点没办法了，我觉得。
Early as well as Divide, and when you're eventually getting in towards the side itself as well, you paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xfero catching Patman just jumping across, and it's a better paranoia that comes through from Monyet, who is playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's a great bonus conversion to come through from RRQ, immediately called for a timeout as PRX, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PRX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through.
Yeah, it's how we.
The late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy. This time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for PRX.
For
This is
PRX.
the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
Oh, it's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as PRX. The other 2 maps you've smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs and a Bucky for Forsaken. Ah,
哇，被一发
fortunate for something.
Game King 直接 one tap，
Where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out.
还被
Maybe
查，
removed.
赶快冲回来。
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but oh,
Baited.
硬打吗？这不可能吧，神都回了。对对对，
Always
好喽，
the flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over.
好啊。
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the
哎呦呦呦，
stop it for a second.
差一点再开一枪，就打2个了。
Denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick.
我觉得3打3跟3打4是差蛮多的。
RRQ with the spike plant.
哇，好多闪哦，
Not able
这个没办法，0比4开。
Side robbed once more. Jing.
不要功亏一篑啊！不要啊！
Another headshot, but with that little stack
我
up.
不想要啊！
RRQ 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here, when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in for something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that
千万不要啊！
Where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out. But they're going to be spreading across the map. Forsaken with something to hold off the fort mid at the moment. And without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be explored. Dimensional drift comes
开跑哦，马上冲 B， 哎，没看到哦，有看到，招很多，炸哦，射自己队友，烟没有吗？哦，他们相信队友，然后在这边蹦 ，Hitman， 不会。 应该要喊暂停了，不喊暂停就没了呢。
Just really wanted to go for the fights there when the Nightfall removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PRX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through from PRX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up.
打到5金哦
You already see Xfero
5金哦
hanging around.
It won't be
对吗？伤醒的刀拯救世界，
plan as much as
哎呀，0比7开了。
Prowler, the flash just for that steel garden. The cage propped up though.
哦，这个网站牢笼丢的好哎。
So much. RRQ meanwhile are just happy to rush it over onto the A side where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. For
延拖你们时间。
RRQ, it's Crazy Guy.
另外一边
And PRX has no earthly clue.
Crazy Guy
Pulled out from nowhere, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco.
Crazy Guy
The pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill. Right, if those 2 little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PRX to potentially find.
我开心哎。
That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand
第一次
final,
赢
the，
真的
chance
是
to
拜
get the
托赢
number
哎
1。seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PRX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site relegated, and RRQ will plant their flag.
他这个设服位置是真的够快。如果你不出来打监视器，他就把地图上多数的情报都吃光了。
You got to expect probably the steel garden from Divide comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though.
然后这局想赢哦。
Blocks everything off. PRX continuing to try to push up front.
当时要看。
However, can he truly find the kills? He's
哦，还要打赢。
But with assistance
都
from
不掉。
they dive down.
哇，他 TP 走了。
Out of dodge, straight back into wine. PRX, they have some numbers though.
No command.
手上被摸了，社服来了。
Dodges the shot through, and
哦，
it's
他漏赢了。
off from the top of hell, and PRX have noted his position. The numbers.
1比6，还能看，还能看。
Needed from PRX here to have just any substance in this map. Dropping the steel garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman.
拜托。
Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. You bait out, if you can call it a bait out, the Armageddon, it really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves to make the best out of the pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time. And see what the differences look like from PRX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of
先把监视器打掉，先控图。这个线要打掉，对，线打掉了。先让 G 过来解放人力，就可以靠为靠中。
0 point is going to buy some time. Drone not spotting too much, but this is the mid rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the op line. Does he get the spidey senses tingling though that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop?
伤心觉得对，可能会被一波爆弹弄。
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle.
要走飞机的。
Slower approach from RRQ. The drone's going to give
好多人哦。
so he can really call for his team.
Shift 按着，对对对，缩回去。 门关了，诶，他们发现门关了。哇！也打不了，发现这里会被踩人。伤心的狙 ，Batman。
Triple kill, and it just mows
Hey, the man!
They try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? PRX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to
Hey,
send
the
all
man!
bodies into the fights this time? Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. But Patman through the smoke, a great flash drive, great shots to come through.
Hey, the man.
Give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He
They
needs more rounds before he truly hypes up.
Wow.
For sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman.
乱讲，还没结束好吗？乱讲。主播最后抽什么？我想。
And that's where Xvero also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken. Aware to check with the Prowler. Sees as well the flash just to push Jemkin away.
Oh, this is the spike down bottom mid. So either you're
有标了，要打掉，对。但是 RQ 几率性很好啊，这张图，我觉得这张图选的没有很好。我张图第5张图正常，就是两边都会玩，但张图就是有临界值 Forsaken， 对吧？哇！
Crazy guy to mark the back as well, and it just buys further time. RRQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one.
尴尬了。
Neural theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just Xvero inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the
可以吗？打败1打2。
Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double.
哇，没办法。
Unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently in approach. PRX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again. So the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
27，
Just the thorns around tree.
好难打的感觉哦。
Patman noted close as well towards that.
是有点难了。27的话。
change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but dimensional drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes PRX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated. And it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but PRX continues to try to spray themselves forward until, yeah, they're going to have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. PRX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ when you've got
2比8，只能保枪。
You know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury. You got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as PRX there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter. Because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 ults, but it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? A butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PRX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for PRX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map. that they picked in the series, your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right? In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ
完了，
much more
都
retreat.
完了。
And what have we seen from PRX? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with PRX in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's PRX that are gonna have to make the comeback real, right? It's always been RRQ that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main and Xfero. Dispatches of Forsaken, the Hunter's on for something as well.
Just when I thought
Forsaken 急了，打败也急了。
Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ
起来了，又
the site.
躺了
Do you，even
看到
consider
起来了又躺
the
了。
2 versus 4? You've got no money, you've got not the greatest weapon, there's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well, Jing. He's been spotted. XR beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but
功亏一篑
he
啊！
has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still, though, running out of ammo now. The time working against him. He's
哎呦
to a weapon, and
这没办法，
precise moment when
看都没看到，直接把你头灌
It's
破。
9-2. Is it going to be a 10?
Maybe, very well maybe. That's the timeout, the PRX call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, B main controllers I'm speaking about, PRX have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for PRX. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent a haunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
完，
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Mon, yeah, risky business. I was gonna say if he
俊可以，
Which then
那这边被爆弹了，看 Forsaken 这个位置，
trying to do his best to hold it down. The
两个，可以39，39还能玩吗？
The late lurk this time completely dismantled.
别皮39，
Still be able to eliminate Jing for the least.
39，还能起舞吗？
PRX able to scratch one right back against RRQ.
Put your hands up if you are
Put your hands up.
superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? PRX gonna have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map, and just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra, they drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. At least a controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
39，对
We do see a lot of duelists be a bit
39
self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yoro that
39
can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke, and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go in entry if you play duelist. Go in smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now they're on defense.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
PRX need it.
If RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol,
RRQ
this could be over.
Well,
然后他们那个外面场外声音超大的。
This pistol. And they shrug it off, going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PRX clearing out A a little bit. Begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards switch as well in case we have something fast from or something.
Oh, and the 3 from RRQ. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PRX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being RRQ have 4 here.
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well.
There's the
trip around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good.
Jemkin, 你别再打了。
The trades have to be good, and PRX just continue to waterfall
哈
to the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is.
今天这个是大小啦。
They got to get the plant and the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just crazy guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. It just lets time reset just a bit.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose their lives.
12发
They are.
Crazy guy.
天地双下。
Does he have the shots though? Just ahead onto Petman. And Forsaken with the crouch, the high-low.
哇，这样还被打一次哦。
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot,
还能玩，还能玩。
does it go through? Finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PRX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up. Back into B.
Awkward team flash, what could have been?
吃饱晚餐回来了，欢迎回来。但我脸色很难看，现在。
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here.
一堆道具，哈哈哈，还敢躲死角啊！
The salvos though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal
一局关键。
to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is where we get the guns in possession for RRQ, and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for PRX to maybe start to
PRX.
You do have to start to consider for RRQ.
Let's go, PRX. Come back, come back.
To recognize what PRX are going to be doing on this attacking side. Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. PRX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvo.
把关键局看能不能枪械升级，因为这把算是 bonus， 还蛮关键的。把 B 点看起来他们是准备捞人战术，不打算主动守。
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy. again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough.
0 Point is calling for a rotate with Tree not occupied in its entirety. Crazy guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it looks like with 30 seconds to go, it may very well be.
这线不要被绊到就没事了。小心这个线。OK， 5打5，有逼大米站人，比较尴尬。打败这个位置就是一定要拿自身坡。哇，他打了，被裸了，哎。对。Inky 真的好强哦。这就是统神吗？统神有料的，哎呦呦。
But RRQ proves to be overwhelming.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ. They came into it with a better gun, so PRX only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for RRQ. They're just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xfero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with teams as well.
Oh, okay.
Quick nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to
get the
tree super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
因为网会转啊，那我说就慢一点。
Kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Almost domed. Still with the damage
at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
没事啊，有延迟就算了。打败，打一个。Crazy guy 这改革方哦，加速。干，这位置奥丁真的超强的。位置奥丁太强了，这不要兜。真打3，等于被奥丁穿烂。Icebox 来了，有哦。
Cushy for the kills. It's a double that ends the round.
What a flash.
要送行了吗？好像要送行了。
Jemkin's got his two. It's a self blind.
No words.
I believe that's a self blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, info, utility, and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11-5 now, Komodo. You're running out of chances, and this could be RRQ's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afford.
要送行了啊
They can have slip ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Another one found. Then
无话可说了。
back in online. PRX trying to recover.
唉，好了，大师再见啦 ，PRX。
Brilliance you feel like for PRX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet, try and find Patman. Damage done though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PRX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would be great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely, up through mid, 45 seconds. Haunt to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from RRQ as well, though. They've already put themselves in a spot.
看到你的手了。
A little bit quicker with the blades, takes down Jemkin. Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken. Another kill onto something. Crazy Guy, the IGL leading from the front.
自己血。
Tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at them all stacked up inside a spot.
20秒，1打3，4滴血，这能够，我可以剃光头哎。 没办法，完全没办法。
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for PRX to win. It feels like 12-5 series point. What does Pilsky know that we do not? RRQ weathering through 4 maps here, 2 victories in overtime, 2 clean ones from PRX. Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7
没了。
series
points.
It's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xfero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there. Weathering through the suppression. They'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy guy as well.
恭喜，差不多了。
PRX though,
你也是开蛮久的了，4点开到现在。
Not at all. They do
解散，解散，解散。
B-side, though, it might be another
No
retake
PRX
from RRQ, because remember, they have 7 rounds to
哦，
play.
这个大也没用，为什么呢？因为根本没有人在这啊。
takes his one more point
我
for
们
Rishi to
想
get
打
the
回防啊，这边
Now Commando,
RRQ
you feel like he
想
has
说
to
5打5回
move
防。
towards this round potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is.
Oh,
The plant goes down.
which
被对面再开一个大，拖对面时间。
The future rounds right now stuck inside.
等大招结束再
His position
拍一个刀，再拖一下对面4秒。
0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. With some peaks
Yo,
out
yo,
for
yo, yo.
spawn now. And they know exactly where Petman is. He
哦，
will just single kill, but traded out
这
by
是20吗？
something up from the back, and he finds the double
Something.
necessary.
可以
2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. PRX will carry forward.
可以啦，有大师赛就够了啦。
Rounds quack.
对啦，
The Steel
有
Guard
第
and
3
the
名，
Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one.
好，
Flip
还要
over
更好啊。
We've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ to get into that grand final for a rematch against Gen G. Affording a timeout now. PRX needed this timeout. They need the opportunity to talk things through, because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half. After round number 3 and round number 10.
我觉得已经够强了，我也觉得啊。
Deploy one here, have a
大师赛见啊，大师赛搞不好又轮到他们的版本啦，对不对？
Double-edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. PRX need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering and what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early.
对啊，大师赛就好起来了，真的。
Little by little could be monstrous right now. I mean, talk about it as well. Crazy guy currently up on the kills there with 16 with Jemkin.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight robbery.
Ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. PRX trying to dance around it.
They do successfully.
我们多论多见，
That's your duelist, your
就只能
opener.
这样想啦，对吧？
Is that 1 of 5 down for the count to seal the deal here? Rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed. Not really noting too much across the map neither, so...
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of PRX here. Keep you at the right location. A paranoia ready to rip from Monyet.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy guy to stall the push with the salvos. And PRX has no recourse but to
哇，这被灌死哦，
Jing
超
down and
干
out.
超扯的。
And the rest of PRX continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though.
我下对，不然要被灌破了。
As
可
well
以可以
as
可以，
Lane. Forsaken
有一个
trying his
电，
best to isolate the
架
angle
住。
as much as possible. Takes
这边好像 Forsaken 很会架这个位
onto
置
the
哎。
next one as Petman trades up, and it's just Xfero
Gunbarrel.
trying to sneak on over. With discipline,
Wow.
he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Petman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xfero has derailed the PRX Express. We've brought this through all this every destination, and down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to PRX in this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down.
跟我想的不太一样。
They start to go
起码有去大师赛了，起码有大师赛了，我们往好处想，在大师赛表现更好吧，搞不好大师赛就很不错了。
One more series tomorrow to try and lift that trophy. This time here, we didn't have a fist bump in the beginning, Quack, but you know that there's fist bumps at the end here because it's RRQ, ladies and gentlemen. They get that chance again to the grand final against Gen G tomorrow.
明天的话是 RRQ 打剑局的决赛，也是波5，也是同一个时间。
Eluded for RRQ. 3 years, they brought in Crazy Guy now, and what a map he's called on Ascent.
100%. I'm really excited to
see RRQ bundle.
These guys in that rematch because they didn't really deliver too much in the previous series, remember? They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here, despite the fact that it took 2 slog maps on their overtime.
And well-deserved win. It's going to be RRQ facing Gen G tomorrow in the grand final. Congratulations, guys. Jemkin, this one's for you. Oh, okay. You get the number 7, Mike. All right.
OK， 兄弟们，来到喜闻乐见的抽奖环节。哇，喜闻乐见的抽奖环节，我也可以很开心。来抽奖环节，抽奖环节，抽一抽观台。有还没留言的吗？有还没留言的吗？还没留言的吗？还没留言的吗？赶快，8点30抽。等，我一下啊，我要重新用。对。OK。抽完大家就可以休休。可以抓取留言，先400位，好，10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1、0。好，这2位，我去 YT 发个文，发个贴文 ，IG 也发个贴文，粉丝 ，OK， 感谢各位，GG，对，感谢这个甚至没有让你等，没有，这是抽一抽，马上大家结束，我也去休息这样，本次异变骑兵组合包 R2 得奖者为这2位。 本频道抽奖皆为公平、公正、公开，抽奖在记录在今天的 YT 直播最后面5分钟，感谢你们的支持，谢谢。感谢各位得奖者。哎呀，这个他不给我那个，操！等一下啊，过滤条件。得奖者需要在下周3，晚上1点59分前私密我的 DC， 知识。好，感谢各位。多久没领重抽？下周3吧。对。如果没抽中的话，我可能会找时间重抽。对，我应该会找时间重抽。对。谢谢。感谢各位，感谢各位今天的收看，我是YamOuO，喜欢的话帮我按个订阅跟喜欢，对，爱你们哦，爱你们，大好きです，好き，大家拜拜。好き，拜拜。